What's up, everybody? Woo! Yeah. Sorry, I had a little bit of lateness coming up here. Look, you know what? Get the fuck off my panel. That's what I'm gonna tell you to do because I'm not for the bullshit. I didn't embarrass shit. The fact that I embarrassed Sister George and Concrete Rose, and this is how embarrassing it is for a bunch of people. They cook me. They cook me. You talking about a bunch of baby mamas who got married to men who needed wives? See, let me tell you something about being cooked. Okay, kid? I'm going to tell you something. First of all, they got all their statistics wrong because if you actually do a quick Google search, they lied about child custody. And I noticed how many times and over and over and over and over the bias. See, the problem is this. You got a bunch of broads trying to promote marriage because marriage, they know marriage benefits them and not the men. Why would you date? Why would you marry a single mother? Where does she benefit you? She better make money. She better bring business to you. But here's the fact of the matter: these chicks ain't gonna tell you. Number one, any chick that's a single mother that you date, that you marry, that's an extra goddamn mouth to feed. What? Tell me how men. Oh, you make more. Really? You just add a dependent. You might make a couple of $100 more, maybe if that. Till they tax your dumbass. Of course, Courtney Michelle was lying. That's all the fuck she got. See, have you noticed that they always bring some lying ass broads on their channel? Have you noticed they'll cut me off, but if somebody goes on a simp sermon, oh, snap, snaps. See, y'all need to stop selling this simping and justifying this bullshit. Stop telling men about marriage. See, I want to ask this question since y'all got sons. Would you tell your son to go to a school if he has a 20% chance of success? Would you jump into a fucking pit of snakes if you have a 20% chance of not getting bit? Would you want to do that for your kid? See, don't talk to everybody else's kid and tell them this marriage shit is so wonderful and grand when half you motherfuckers out there, you look at women like, you women look at men like they're just marks. Just tell the fucking truth. Tell the truth. But you're not going to get that from the average black woman. You're not even going to get that from most of them. You're not going to get that from most of these chicks on these panels. Anytime the tough gets going, I even told them, well, you need a Christian marriage. For all you Christian women, Christian marriages are probably some of the quickest marriages to get out of. Your marriages don't even last 5 years on average. The long Muslims have longer marriages. Arranged marriages from the old countries in Asia and the Middle East last longer because in their society it's called fuck your happiness. Sorry, nobody cares about being happy. It's a duty. How you doing? See, you got to understand something, man. This is the reason why I don't go to panels too much longer because people rather believe the sensational lie than the simplistic truth. I don't give a fuck about if you like my behavior. I'm not here for you to like me. Last time I checked, I wasn't born for Tori L, this person who doesn't even show a picture of themselves to be on my panel or my chat. I didn't invite you. Go to hell. First of all, they do horrible fucking channels. Horrible. You got a bunch of married broads who get mad at black men for their decisions. That's all it is. A bunch of married, past their prime broads who get mad because black men figured out they had a decision to make for themselves. See, that's the ultimate problem. You bunch of past your prime, retired boxing looking broads are mad because black men who actually made themselves into something, black men who actually accomplished something, And I want to check this shit out to whoever that little simp is who's married, who was a former drug dealer. Most likely, you probably got married either one because of the conjugal visit of the jailhouse rock, or you needed a place to stay. But then again, I'm going to be fair, not speculate. Let's talk some real shit that some of you guys out there had to get married because it was really difficult for you to get a woman anyway. See, I'm going to put this out there. I've gotten more women by mistake than some of you dudes out there get on purpose. See, I never had to pay the tax of taking wine and dining, paying half a chick's mortgage or rent, paying a bill. I would tell a lot of you chicks you are a bill. I don't I don't care for you simps. You simps disgust me. You simps disgust me. You know why? Because you're one of the type of people who would sell your brother out just for the possibility of sex. Shout out to the late great Ellen Roger Carey. If you never heard of that book, it's on Audible. The possibility of sex, my God. You guys are more disgusting than anything else in life because you would sell out your brother for the possibility of sex. And you know what makes it even worse? That you would go and tell young men, especially young black men, this lie. Oh, this marriage stuff is great. I got plenty of married friends. You know what the fuck they tell me? Don't do it. And you're gonna lie, Courtney Michelle, or whoever the fuck you are, about, well, women hurt the most when it comes to marriage. No, you dumb broads. You're incentivized to leave marriages. You know why? Because when you split the household, you got to get two houses. That's more money to the city, state, and the federal government to tax your dumb asses. But you would know that if it wasn't for actually baby boomers and some of the silent generation that are still around, black women's marriage rates would be in the shitter. But still, how do you account for black men being married more than you? How do you account for black men being married more than you? It's never about black men's decisions. It's never about black men's happiness. It's never even about black men having a say. It's about black men shut up and do what you told. You got some fat simping preacher, like he looks like a low budget, great value TD Jakes talking about, well, a lot of these guys got to man up. No, dude, you got married because you had to. You got married to the first minivan built bitch that you could find. Okay? Okay? See, if y'all so great, and I say this to a lot of women out there, black, white, green, polka dot, I say this. You can't say that you're a great wife. You know when Snowman talks about his wife? That's a great wife. You know why? Because she actually brings value to that man's life, even up to saving his life. But here's the question. What value do you bring to a good man's life? Because majority of you are burdens. We're just going to call it what it is. You're a burden. And this ain't woman hating. Don't ever confuse my channel and my speech and my tone as hating women. But I'd be damned if y'all going to tell some bold-faced lies when you could do a quick Google search as of 2022. Only 18% of men are awarded custody. It is not because y'all push babies out there, Sister George and Concrete Rose. It's because of explicit bias against men in the court system. Just like they have explicit bias of women who commit the same crimes as men getting significantly lesser charges and time than those men. Explicit bias. Just like y'all want to brag about these degrees and stuff, black women, but you know there's an explicit bias of you getting all these incentives and gifts of the government that gives you those advantages. But you ain't going to talk about that shit. You always got to justify and sell simping. Why don't you ask really married men? Well, I control this situation. Yeah, go leave that woman and see how much you control. You got plenty of men. Well, the women, because we push out babies. No, it isn't. Because if women were such great parents and such nurturing, look at the women of our culture. Only 10% of your boys, when they reach the 8th grade, can read. Last time I checked, anything you cultivate, you should give a fuck about, right? But you don't care. You don't care. All it is propaganda and lies. And when somebody tells the truth, you're wrong. You're wrong. Tell the damn truth and shame the devil, please. If most of you bras were worth a damn, maybe your marriage rates wouldn't be in the shitter. And if it, like, once again, I'll say it, if it wasn't for the baby boomers and the silent generations, you would be at a negative marriage rate. And I notice a lot of these men who do get married out there, not all, but a lot of them, are simping. A lot of them miserable. A lot of them are. A lot of them are. Where's the stats? We got almost what? 15 to 20% more marriage rates than women do. Go ahead, pull your stats up, Toriel. Don't ask me. Ask your girl, Sister George. Because every time you talk to these women, they don't think in totality, they think in the singularity. Well, I'm married. You're not the representation of the United States, are you? You're not the representation of the Western world, are you? And then you get these dumb broads. Well, all these men are having these babies. 54% of black men are single and childless. But statistically, if a black woman has children by two or more, a black woman has two or more children, they're by two or more men. Here's another thing you need to really fucking put a quagmire over, right? You hear the little statistic of where all the good men go. I can tell you where they went. Usually the fuck away from you. You know why? Because y'all weren't thinking of good men when you had all the advantages in the world. You weren't thinking of all the good men when you were just flaunting your shit. A lot of you really need to have a come to Allah, Buddha, Jesus, and Yahweh moment. And stop inflating shit. Well, why y'all complain about women? We don't. We're indifferent to you. We just tell the truth. Telling the truth is not a complaint. It's a statement. It's a statement. I even told you, I'm not against marriage. I don't see the practicality in it. Especially if statistically, black marriages only last 5 years. I'm going to get all this money invested into a person, and in 5 years, the person leaves and destroys my family. Do you know how many great men get their children taken away from them because of a bitch lie? Because of unreasonable subterfuge. And if you don't know what subterfuge means, it means lying. We act like all these chicks are coming out here telling the truth. First of all, I can't believe something that has fake hair, fake attitude, fake breasts, fake butt, and think I'm gonna get honesty out of that creature. y'all really joking with me now. Here it is, right? Just like I even said on that little Brakedown channel. We're not gonna judge you by the bark of the tree. We're gonna judge you by the fruit that tree bears. And if that fruit is rotten, then that tree is useless. It's the same way how we judge men on their use, on their utility, on their versatility, on their perseverance, their endurance, and their strength. We do the same thing when it comes to women. But yeah, but oh, y'all never say anything about the men. Half the time, majority of the time, we're speaking about men. Not only men empowerment, but how to get your shit together. Whew. Probably going that way because there are no stores up this way. You're welcome. But people want to say, right now I'm just working my side gig for my Black Line Security. But see, the problem is in our community, we don't want ambitious men. We don't want men who think for themselves. We want men to get along just to get along. Shut up, nigga. Just work and bring money to me. Oh, for your Christian marriage. First of all, you already know black church is dead when it comes to black men. So don't sing me that Christian shit because if you were truly into the esoteric scriptures, you would actually join a Coptic or Orthodox Christian church where you get away from the feelings. But you know why you won't go there? Is because a Coptic and an Orthodox church has a code. They have strict standards of codes. But yet, I never had to beg women to do anything. Never had to. I wish they fucking moved that fucking car. Come on now. God damn, is it that fucking hard? Well, let me get back into this shit because I'm cooking and fish grease is getting hot. Let's look at this stuff. Y'all want to talk about, y'all don't want to say you're part of this space, but you sure got a lot to say. If you're married and truly happy, shut the fuck up about other people. Not one person can tell me, well, you know, men live longer. No, we don't. We really don't. You're not going to be able to take this. Y'all going by stats of older men. Well, you know, most of your black men are sub 45. Okay? Majority of your black men are sub 45 years old. Think about it. I think black men will actually start to outlive black women when we're away from them. Less stress. Do I think that's all black women? No. You actually have some peaceful, fun-loving, enjoyable black women out there. That's not the majority, not even close. See, you know, guys like Tory is looking for something, but Tory would never bring his chicken ass up here. Don't block him because I'm just going to keep embarrassing him. Just like every time he gets a girlfriend, he gets embarrassed because she's inflatable. See, that's your little 5 minutes of 5 seconds of fame, Toriel. No more speaking about the irrelevant. Okay, I'll say one more thing to Tori. Hey, Tori, when you use your blow up doll, do me a favor. I want to give you this bit of advice for your blow up doll. When your blow up doll has a runny nose, it doesn't have a cold. That's only because it's full. Stop it, man. Stop it. But then again, I can't talk about my man Toriel like that. That man gets lots of sex. And I can prove it because I have the paperwork right in hand of when his vibrator had to put a fucking protective order against him. There, I said it. He gets a lot of sex. So much so his vibrator had to get the law involved. You good?
Yeah, I'm trying to find a trash can.
Uh, well, that's a big one right there.
Yeah, it got a cardboard on it.
Yeah. So, no answer for George Macon or Super Sly. I have answers. They kept cutting me off. First of all, I don't need to answer for a bunch of simps getting married. I don't need answers for an ex-con who needed a wife to get his shit together. If you're a real man, you don't need anybody. Remember that bootstrap theory you all threw in our faces? That shit has to be thrown at yours too. Ooh, that's my answer. you want, matter of fact, go email George Macon, let him know I'm here live. I'll send him the link and we could go one on one. I don't fear nobody. I'm 41 years old. The extra day I wake up, the less I fear. First of all, I got a real good answer to them simps. You were never the man you were gonna be if you didn't have a broad backing you. So shut the fuck up. Trust me, everybody know where to find me. You can tell Sister George too. I can show you how a panel is going to be ran, but since you have a certain bias, and if you don't sing the songs of the gynocracy, because you know Sister George and Concrete Girls are card carrying gynocrats. See, a lot of these broads come into this space because they know they're going to get money from a bunch of simps. Look at this, all spades, married man here, and I agree. A lot of married brothers are super simps. I stay away from them. My father, married to my mother for almost 40 years, doesn't entertain married gynocratic men either. Exactly. Most of these men who are so called married don't run their homes. They get ran like a goddamn track meet. I'm going to tell you how much you can run your damn house. Go in there, make a decision, and see if your wife's going to follow or give you lip about it. Go in there, talk to your wife about a major decision. After you talk about it, make the decision. And if she comes back trying to argue down the decision after you made your final decision, I'm going to tell you something, young man. You don't run your house. If your wife wants to wear something revealing and she's walking out that house and you tell her you don't like it and she wears it anyway, you don't run your house. Oh, he sounds like a guy who gets the shit beat out of him by women and life. Don't tell me how to fucking run. First and foremost, I'm going to tell you the stupid arguments with these guys who are married. Well, if you've never been married, you can't talk about it. Have you been shot by a gun? No. Well, you don't have to get shot by a gun to know and have enough comprehension that when you see a person shot, they're not having a good time, are they? You think marriage is so difficult? Well, it's sacrifice. It's life's of nothing but a sacrifice. Guess what? You want good grades in school, you got to sacrifice your time and study. You want to master a skill, you got to sacrifice your time into that subject matter. What is there to learn about marriage? The only difference is you got to pay. You get a little certificate from the state. See, the institution of marriage is not even respected. See, a lot of you guys get that pat on the back from these broads, and while she's patting you on the back, she's cutting you at the damn knees, going against every damn thing you say. If you had a real woman who was down for your program, she would follow it without question. She will believe in you more than you believe in yourself. But no, we're going to sit here and we're going to listen to a lie. We're going to sit to people. We're going to sit and listen to people perplexly lie. I refuse to lie to young black men. I'd rather give it to you unfiltered, uncensored, unapologetically than to simply lie for likes. And as soon as and you could tell it was nothing but gynocrat city, because as soon as that brother started preaching, oh, yes, 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 talk about it. Yeah, let's talk about that, man. Let's talk about it. If you're so happily married, stop talking about it. Just be married. Marriage is a duty. It's not nothing about it pleasurable. It's a duty. You're gonna have ups, downs, and in betweens, like any other thing in the world. A lot of you guys out there are real who are married and you got sons. I'm gonna just say this, and I'm gonna say this from the bottom of my heart. A lot of you Negroes are detrimental to your son's masculine growth because a lot of times some of your sons don't respect you because they see how you get bitched in your own home that you paid for. You gotta sleep on the couch. She gets mad, you sleep on the couch. You get mad, you gotta shut up about it. But these the same brothers who brag about being married. And do I think every marriage is like that? No. But too many times have I seen and heard about marriages being awfully defiant wives. Husband can tell the wife something that'll be beneficial to her life, and she's gonna be defiant. But yet, I'm supposed to sit here and tell my 16-year-old son, yeah, you should get married, but not tell him there's a 80% chance she's gonna file the divorce. She doesn't even have a duty to you. It's just off the whiff of her feelings. Sorry, I don't live in that world. I don't even see what's the purpose. What's the purpose of going in here and lying to people? Well, this red pill. First of all, if you don't know what the definition of red pill, stop telling people a lie. And yes, being married, a part of that you have to be a little. You have to have a little blue in it. And blue pill is nothing insulting because blue pill means you actually believe in the system. You actually do believe in the system. Here it is. I'm working at the jazz club and I can see the house diagonally across the street. A bunch of aggressive broads. Stop speculating. Hey, do I come to your job and knock the dicks out of your mouth? Don't tell me what not to do or what to do. Stop speculating. How many men are truly happily married? Very few. As a matter of fact, there's a reason why the women in our culture are not getting married, man. There's a reason why we have a large amount of chicks who are just either side pieces or forever girlfriends. You ask Shaka Nulu why you not marriage. These children need fathers. You know why we knock marriage is because marriage is a losing gambit. Because at the end of the day, you invest all this time, money into your kids, and you literally are going to be taken and raked over the coals in court. I'll tell you how idiotic child custody and child support is. They want somebody who says, I can't take care of these kids. They get all the benefits from child custody, child support, food stamps, vouchers, everything, housing, education. If a man says, I'm having trouble taking care of these kids, he's get threatened with jail time. Tell me, what are the benefits, Tori? Tell me the benefits for the average man. We're not talking about Snowman. Snowman and his wife are, prolific. They're unicorns. Tell me the average man benefit. Tell me. I'll wait. Not one person on there can tell me one benefit that actually mean a damn. You got women out here who have babies by men and can't say one good thing about them. What does that tell you? There is no benefit. Marriage, the way it is right now, is no benefit. 60 years ago, I would say there's some benefits, but now you have a whole generation of women who don't believe in being wives. And to that brother, I don't know what his name was because he's probably not that important. To give you a complete answer, you know there is no benefit when you gotta really stretch hard for them. When you really have to stretch hard for them, and majority of these men, when they get married, a lot of them are desolate. And then here's the crazy part. Let's say he did come from, a hard upbringing or he had, some bad luck, which is okay. People go through hard times. As soon as that guy starts making something of himself, it's that woman who's going to throw it up in his face. She would be nothing without me. But if a woman starts getting her education and her business and her career while that man was paying the bills in the school, he's not going to throw that up in her face. You want to talk about raising kids? Then let's start with this one, right? Hmm. If fathers are so important in our community, why do 90% of the mothers have them? It's not because they're good parents. It's because of racial and gender bias in the court systems that have been documented and proven. As a matter of fact, let's go even deeper than this. If we believe a lot of these statistics, why don't we have mandatory DNA test at birth? If you really want to say fathers, why don't you give them to the father? Yeah, statistically, let's look up statistics, and statistics don't count if it goes against your narrative. Apparently, on the breakdown and other places, single fathers get damn near the same results as a two-parent household anyway. So, if you really think fathers are important, why aren't these mothers giving their children to the father when they know they're going to cultivate and give a damn about that child much more easily? Why don't they go live their best life and give the children to their fathers? Because we all do know the best possible gift a woman can give to her children is a damn good father. Tell me where the lies I've said, Toriel. Tell me the lies. If the children brought no benefit, a lot of these chicks would either put them in dumpsters or put them up for adoption. If they was so much about raising children, they wouldn't have children by Tom, Dick, and Harry. If it was about the children, See, first and foremost, we need to stop lying. We need to stop lying. If a person's married, I wish you many years and successful in your marriage. But unfortunately, in the last 60 years, hell, I'll even go as low as the last 30. Marriage is dying, unfortunately. I'm supposed to be wrong for telling young men the truth about it, that you're not going to find what your grandparents found. Because most of your parents did not find that. And I'm the generation of the average 20 something, 20, early 20, late teens parents. But yet, you're supposed to convince a bunch of dudes they should marry a bunch of women who have disdain for them. But they want to guilt you into being a real man. They want to guilt you into their subterfuge. See, that's another thing I want to tell you. Black men, stop looking for your confirmation of your masculinity through women. Get your own damn masculinity. That's how you know you're a compromised man. If you need a chick to pat you on the back. Don't get me wrong. It's nice to get your girlfriend, wives, or even a random woman on the street support, but you should not be looking for that. That's the essence of simping. It's for that female validation. BGS never said that. Stop lying. BGS said we have community wives, which means everybody has a chip. No, 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 no. First of all, stop lying. It's never said that. These chicks look for the community to help them raise the kids because they don't want to be under the authority of a man. Stop lying. Stop lying. That's what you need to do is stop your lying. If the women in our community are so great, why aren't they getting married by other groups of men? I'll ask you that question. You know why? I'll tell you why. Think of the Cheesecake Factory. Whether it was a skit or not, which I doubt it was, look at the Cheesecake Factory. See, this is the problem with shows like The Breakdown, man. They have no real information. It's just simping. It's just justified simping. You're selling simping. Instead of telling the truth that, yeah, you're yeah, well, you never blamed the men. What did the men do? If y'all wanted to be the leaders of the community, do you blame the subordinates or do you blame the person in charge? Oh, you don't want to be in charge when there's blame, but when there's praise and there's incentives to be given out, you got your hands out in front of the line. You got to take the joy and the pain, the sunshine and the rain. That's what they call it. The Africanic. That's actually Dr. T calls it that. Get your shit together. And two, that's not a good way to raise children. Why? Because that Africanic kinship network excludes the men in raising children. So get your shit together right. That's the reason why I like having Tori up on these panels, and I haven't blocked them yet. It's because retards are retards. You gotta let the Let you know the special ed kids play around sometimes. Think about it. Even if it was a skit, that skit confirmed the culture of our women. They're not gracious. They pride themselves off of being aggressive, obnoxious, insufferable, narcissistic. When you actually do find a good black woman, guess what she's got to do? She's got to fight against a ton of shit that other women put on her. But it's okay to say niggas ain't shit though. We got to protect all black women, but fuck the men. I want somebody to write this in the chat. The three things women are supposed to protect: the glory, the image, and the honor of her men and children. Are the women of our culture doing that well? Yes or no? I want to ask that. Do the women of our culture protect the honor, the glory, and the image of our men and children? I really want to. I want somebody to answer me, please. I want somebody to answer that. Do they? Do they protect the honor, the image, and the glory of our men and children? Notice I didn't say anything physical because that's the man's job. Women can go around the world as safely as they can, as safely as they can, because of as much fear and respect their men can invoke. Because I want to ask this question: do our women speak highly of us on a normal, everyday basis? Do they protect the image of the black family? Are they glorifying the black family? Do they show family values? We need to come together. They're the ones who tore it apart. How can you come together with people who are dismantling your community? They're the ones who chose the government benefits over their man. Don't give me that man in the house rule, because the man in the house rule did not affect every state. Oh, they didn't like that when I said that. And guess what? Prior to the man in the house rule, how many times did they kick their men out because he couldn't find work because they didn't realize they were under a racist system called the American system? Like black men, oh, you can't work, get out. You ain't have no value. I'm gonna go get me another man. Well, one man get what you won't do, another man will. Does that sound very colloquial in our community? Men lead women. So, but do women follow? That's the question. Thank you, Macho Man Alongo Savage. They do quite the opposite. You'll make up all excuses for the failures, but you won't say that I failed my child. I should have gave him a better outcome. I should have put all the chips into my child. But you know what you'll do? You'll invest into yourselves and your own education when your goddamn children, especially your sons, are functionally illiterate. I'm a cop. I go into people's houses all the time, especially when I was in patrol. How many how many bookcases do you see in the average black household? How many? How many? How you doing? Yeah. How many bookcases do you see in the average black household, man? Let's start with that. I remember growing up, you had your own bookcase in your room. The mothers used to read to their children, make the children read to them. So did the fathers. But you know what we have a habit of doing now in our community? We throw money at it and pray it away. We don't even pray anymore. We don't. Most of y'all Negroes don't even believe in a God anyway. So y'all just believe in the almighty dollar. The most American American. You don't see a bookcase, a bookshelf in the black American house anymore. You got a smartphone and a stupid human. But I'm wrong. But I'm wrong for telling the truth. Just like that Courtney Michelle chick. Yeah, I'm getting married. I think she's lying, but guess what? Why shouldn't men get married? Because of women like you. As soon as you, and this is the problem too. When women get mad, they try to insult you back into your place. You're being very feminine. Well, bitch, you're being very masculine. So we're even. But if I was a guy who was standing right in front of her and didn't give a fuck and didn't have any impulse control and slapped the shit out of her, oh, I'm wrong. I'm supposed to take your disrespect, right? Yep, marriage is a business. They protect the honor and glory of Pookie. Yeah, yeah. LAPD SWAT 1 said no nation has ever been funded by women slash patriarchy builds, matriarchies destroy, and regression. We don't even have a matriarchy. We have a gynocracy. I want you to fundamentally understand this when I say this. This is the reason why I don't go on too many panels anymore. Because fundamentally, all I'm going to hear is a lie. All I'm going to hear is a bunch of Negroes not tell the truth. And the only thing you want to promote, you want to cut me off. You also cut Marcus off. You want everybody to hear your narrative, not the truth. I don't care if somebody tells me something I don't want to hear as long as this is the truth. Charles, you're not 6'6". I'm 5'10". I know. Thank you. You're bald. Yes, I know. I cut my hair. Thank you. It doesn't grow anymore, so you might as well cut the rest of it. Make your peace with it. I made my arguments clear. The fact that you need to clean your ears and the host was being biased was their fault, not mine. Oh, my arguments are very clear that they were lying. All the shit they were saying was a big fold lie. It was a biased lie. That's why you don't hear it. And why would you want to Uncle Stu? I don't want to. I don't want to listen to Uncle Simp. I'm gonna number one. If Uncle Stu's gonna tell me something, the one thing he can't tell me is where the closest gym is. You think a guy like that was actually heavily picked by women, or did he have to settle for a woman? See, Uncle Stu isn't going to tell you what Charles Faulkner Jr. is going to tell you. If you want to get the best possible woman, you're going to have to be the best possible man. You're going to have to be in the best possible shape. And obviously, Uncle Stu was not that. Uncle Stu had to settle like spaghetti a day after you cook it. And then Uncle Stu goes in that little Baptist preacher mode, which, of course, is just to please the women. And trust me, he probably complains about his wife like any other nigga. So stop that bullshit, Uncle Stu. Oh, of course he's settling. Look at him. He does not look like a guy. I'm going to say this. A lot of these guys you hear on a panel trying to shame other men for being single, a lot of those guys were pretty unsuccessful with women, and they had to get the first thing smoking. Uncle Stu is a simp. He's a leader in his community. Well, what community does he lead? He says some. Let me tell you how much of a leader you really are not. Let him say anything contrary to what those women say, and they would turn on him like a rabid dog. So stop that bullshit. Once again, stop lying, please. If Uncle Stu was so much the leader he was, let him say something that the women don't agree with. Are they still going to follow? Are they going to bitch, moan, and complain? That shows you how much of a leader you are. And let me tell you the fundamental things about a leader. And I'm gonna ask this question. I'm gonna ask you a question. And because this is the same shit I asked Sister George and Concrete Rose before. If black men are such leaders, do they have the ability to reward and punish their women and their children in the community as a whole? And that'll let you know who the leaders are. That'll let you know who the leaders are. Do you have the ability to punish and reward without challenge? I don't talk behind his back. You said don't talk behind a man's back. I say it in his face, but my car only has half a tank of gas. Answer my question, Toriel. How number one, how old are you? Number two, do black men have the ability to punish and reward in their community? Since you need all this attention like a female. See, I'm gonna tell you about the unfair shit in this world. I'm gonna tell you about the unfair shit in this world since women have it so bad. Well, women never used to have property, but guess what? That's bullshit. How many women own slaves? How many black women own slaves? Let's not even get into the historical ramifications of that, shall we? How many black women could get away with speaking to master in a much more stern voice than black men? How many black women during slavery had kids by master, and those light skinned kids could go to those damn HBCUs, which majority were established so the kids could become educated. But darker folks didn't get that privilege at first, huh? That's why I don't listen to this black woman struggle shit anymore. It's hard to be black and female, but guess what? You're the one who gets the preference for jobs and education. But you got it so hard. You got all this vaunted education, but your kids can't read on level. That's shameful, man. And you know what? I'll be totally honest. There's some good black women out there still. Believe it or not. And you know what's fucked up? That they have to be lumped into a pot of stew, pun intended, with the rest of you curmudgeons. And it's a shame that you turn men off in your communities so much that the good ones are actually going to be punished for not following a good man because of this behavior. Last time I checked, I'm a historian by trade. I've never been on that Anton's channel, you dumbass. Why don't you answer my questions? Stop asking questions. Nope, you didn't lose me, folks. I just had to switch phones. Yeah, I thought I was gonna stop roasting, huh? Yeah, I thought I was gonna stop roasting. Oh yeah, don't worry about daughters of the trade, man. And thank you, R Jizzle, for the $5 holla. So I'm gonna ask this question again that seems not to get answered by Tori. Do the men of our community have the ability to reward and punish? Do they have the ability to reward and punish? How you doing, sir? All right. Have a good night. So, if we're going to talk about it, we're going to talk it all about it. Hit that super chat. Not the super chat, the cash app. I don't get super chat no more. When you think about it, who wants to give Google 30% of your money that you work for? I want you to realize this. People always want to talk about the children, right? And Tori kept saying, well, if you want to raise better children, men raise better children than women anyway, statistically proven. Modern women have wallowed in obsolescence for so long. You really made it so that I think men would come out better if they actually got their money together, paid for a surrogate, had all the paperwork written up where she has no legal claim or rights to the child, and then have a legacy that way. You'll probably save a lot more money than planning a wedding and then in 2 to 3, maybe even 5 years, file for divorce. You probably come out better and easier. You'll probably live longer with less stress. See, the problem is with these women, they don't want to tell you this, is that they don't want to be wives. They want to be overseers. They want to make you a figurehead that makes it look like you're in charge, but you're really not. They want to be able to say, I allow my man to lead. First of all, do you allow your supervisor to supervise? Or is he the supervisor? And then they know, you've seen it before, they know they treat other races of men differently. I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna tell you. Shit like that really makes me not go on other people's channels like I used to back in the day, because it's nonsensical. You get a bunch of lying bitches and a bunch of simping ass dudes who tells us, well, we need to cam up. I show my picture all the time. You've seen me cam up. Hell, I got videos of me lifting weights. I get videos of me doing stuff. Hell, my pictures and a lot of my damn thumbnails of my videos or live streams. But why don't you show us what you want to do? And I'm not knocking a person who fixes their life up, but yet a man who used to sell poison to his people is going to tell guys who's never had that lifestyle how to do things well. Get the complete and fuck out of here. You want to talk about your past criminal activity, and because you found some type of anointment, I guess, it gets you carte blanche to talk to black men about being married. What it seems like to me is that you were married out of what? Happenstance. Well, I sold drugs because I didn't see a man in a suit. I'm from East Baltimore, nigga. Fuck you mean? I didn't sell drugs because I didn't want to. I didn't have a need to do it. I didn't have a want to do it. I knew that I didn't want to do it. See, this is how, and I'm gonna say this to you, man. I'm gonna say this to him again. That's a poor ass excuse because you were fucked up. Poor ass excuse. You knew selling drugs was wrong. You knew you weren't supposed to do it, but you did it anyway. You didn't need an example of a man to say, should I sell drugs? I didn't see the men suited up. Dude, you're probably older than me. You've seen men suited up. You just chose to do what the hell you want to do. But because you take your cues from your women, you use the same poor ass excuses like them. Exactly, Shaka Nulu. I did it in my community. And now I gotta find niggas to fix it. How you gonna tell me? A guy who sacrificed for God, country, and others that I need the man to hook up. When you weren't a man in the first damn place, you allow influences to change your character. I didn't. I bettered my people. You gave them poison. I'm glad, and I will say this: I'm glad you changed your ways, but you can't use that excuse, bruh. You can't use that excuse that you didn't see men out there, and that's what caused you not to do the right thing. Good to go. My mother and father would have slapped the hell out of me if I used the excuse. Well, because we from East Baltimore and I saw a bunch of drug dealers, I decided to do it. That's a poor excuse. Very poor excuse. You knew what to do was right and wrong. Could you comprehend right and wrong? A lot of people need to stop using that, man. Well, I didn't see a person dressed up in a suit. Majority of people don't dress up in suits and ties anymore. This ain't the fucking 50s and 60s. We're not going to sock hops. But you know, if you can comprehend right and wrong, there's some excuses you can't use. Oh, Jesus. Little step dip.
We got the thugs out tonight, man.
You can't use that excuse, man. You got friends of mine who, who were not raised by their parents. They didn't commit crimes. Hell, to tell you something, one of those friends are married. The other one's about to get married next week. And they were raised by their grandparents. They didn't sell drugs. They're honorable men. They take care of their kids. Matter of fact, they both live with their kids. Matter of fact, one of them actually went to court for his child's mother and actually won custody. He's a unicorn. So we need to stop making these poor excuses. Huh. Poor excuses. But let me make that excuse. They would have used that to crucify my ass. I never grew up on a military base, but I joined the army. I didn't even realize my father went into the military till damn near I went in it. So we can't use these excuses. Oh man. That's all we're gonna have. Exactly. See, when people use excuses like that, that tells me you're using an excuse not to be a man of character. Have a good one. Now I'm walking around. That's why my mic is in and out, and sometimes I actually stop talking. And if you think my mic is broken, why don't you donate to the Cash App and get me a new one? Nice. Talk with your money. Put your money where your mouth is. You know, I got a lot of people like Tori and other people who want to talk about what I do on my platform. But guess what? Did you tell Sister George and them what to do on their platform and how to run a panel properly? No, no. There you go, CJ Rich. That's real. Product of your environment. The best men overcome their environment. It's called adapt and overcome, not make an excuse. See, a lot of dudes are going to make me really shit upon them because I'm going to tell them, if you were such this great guy, why do you want to wait now to fix it when we could have used your youth to do the same thing? You didn't need hard lessons to be a better man. You needed some goddamn integrity. Damn kids need to go to hell inside. You need some damn integrity. And I think fundamentally that's the problem. A lot of men don't even want to have that. A lot of dudes don't have that integrity anymore. Well, they didn't want to understand. They wanted to speculate. That's why I told her when I first came on, your assumption is showing, your speculation is showing. If you really want to notice, they don't want to sit down and ask. You could have asked me, Marcus, Kev, aka Black Man Being Brutally Honest. Hey, how you doing? I know you that. I caught you too. That was smooth though, wasn't it? Oh, trust me, I know how to talk to ladies if you don't understand. And for those who couldn't hear, I was like, "Hey, how you doing?" And she said, "Fine, I know you're that." What else is new? That's how you actually do it. But wait a minute, maybe I need to get game. I need to be married to have some game. Oh yeah. Maybe I need to be married to get some game, right? And Ghost-O-Matic, I'm gonna just say this. Anybody who's followed me know that I'm not afraid to have a one-on-one with anybody. If they wanted the real conversation, something where they had a real question and not an assumption, I would have sat down and talked to them. Why are men feeling this way? There's a reason why. How you doing? There's a reason why. I've had women come on my panel saying, "Oh, you must hate women," and they were so enamored and charmed by me, they even donated to my channel. I can, I can basically teach you the practice and the theory of the red pill. Like I said before, I'm not even red pill, I'm black pill. Not because I want to be, it's just what my professions and my experiences have brought me to be. So when you too, man. Hey, we need you on the field with the Ravens next week, man. I don't need much. Give me 75K a year. Listen. Hey, you do it. It's funny, Shaka Nulu. Everybody thinks I hate women, but women find me so charming and irresistible. It's fundamental. You had Marcus, aka Keep It 100. You had Kev, aka Black Men Being Brutally Honest. They could have had, and including myself, they could have had a very comprehensive understanding of the red pill with each one of us and molded what our definitions and the definition of the red pill is and what blue pill is. I'll even tell you what black pill is, because black pill is basically seeing the world without morality. This is how I know that being blue pill is simpish, because if you really wanted sex, you would pay for it. It's just a means to an end. But no, you want that fulfilling love that you saw in a Disney movie one time when you were 5 years old and thought that was a reality. Sister George and Concrete Road should have knew my fucking background. Anyway, last time I checked, I can back up any of my words in research. Of course. Just let me know what day this week. Probably next Sunday. See, Black Pill is the reason why I'm Black Pill is because of the military service, the police service, and my experiences. I've seen the best of humanity, and I've seen the absolute worst of it. I've seen some very ugly and beautiful shit in my life that most people are not going to see. I don't see the world with the veil that most people still do. And it's funny because when you actually have these candid conversations, you start to learn a person. I'm going to my buddy's wedding. Like, he's getting married at the courthouse. I don't really see the practicality in marriage as much as I would love to see it, but that doesn't stop me from supporting my boy and his happiness. And the woman he's marrying is actually a very good woman. She even stated the one thing I've been always taught is that you leave a man with his dignity. And when she said that, I went to him and said, "You better marry this chick. You ain't gonna find no more out here like that." Been with the same woman for years, had 2 kids by her. Gonna make her an honest woman. And see, here's the part about it. This is where Steve Harvey and all these other quacks don't give you the real information. Yes, you should get your women vetted. Yes, your women should bring some value and something to the table. Yes, just like a man has to. There are no free rides in this world. Okay? There are no free rides. You don't go out there expecting the world to bow down before the great I am. Huh? Um, I think they went down the street. Once you see the world without morality, it's very hard to see it as anything else. Sometimes I just have to live in the moment, because you can easily, I'll say this about Black Pill. Black Pill, you can lose a lot of your quote unquote humanity. I won't even say humanity. You can lose your quote unquote empathy. You can lose your empathy very easily being Black Pill. And to be quite honest, if I wasn't a father, I think it would be gone in totality. See, that's the thing people don't tell you. Being a father changes you, and it keeps you tethered to this world. It's something that you lose a lot of empathy, and a lot of people don't understand that. Don't forget, if you're coming in, even if you hate me, at least drop a like. Hell, even drop a dislike. I don't care. At least participate. Shit. And if you think anything I'm saying is of any value, hit that cash app. See, nobody wants to talk about the black pill because the black pill usually goes over a lot of people's heads. A lot of incels say, I'm black pill. No, you're not. You're the bluest of the blue. Those guys that were on that panel, yeah, they're very blue pill because they believe in the system. Just because the system works for you does not mean that the system is fair for everybody else. I'll put it to you this way. Let's look at the theoretical. Let's look at the theoretical. The house nigga versus the field nigga. The house nigga didn't look at master the same way as the field nigga, did he? They had a different interpretation of how master was. One wanted freedom, one was comfortable in his environment. One questioned, why do you hate master so much? He gives us all this great stuff. And that's how it really is. You want us to build families and get married? Put the incentive in the man's hands. Yep, he gives us food. See, and that's why I say he's blue pill. The same system that'll lock you away is the same system that these brothers think is going to be fair to them when that woman goes to file for divorce. That same system, the same system that locks you up is supposed to be the same system that's fair to you in a divorce proceeding. You can't make this shit up, man. You cannot make it up. You cannot make this stuff up. That's how I know you're blue pill because you believe in the same faulty system that would that that will incriminate a black man off of just for him being black versus you think they're going to be fair to me if my wife says I'm leaving only because not because you're abusive, not because you cheated, not because you misappropriated the funds, it's because she's not happy. But those same dudes, I would question them. Should a woman get half if she leaves off some bogus shit? Because one thing I like about the Western world and being a black man, you're going to get two wake up calls. You're going to get your red pill wake up call at some point, and you damn sure going to get your nigga wake up call. That's how you know these people are blue pill because they believe in this faulty ass system is going to be fair. And when Courtney Michelle and others trying to say that the system grants almost half the kids to men, you full of shit. You full. Have you ever noticed that none of all these naysayers ever say why do we have a red pill black manosphere in the first place? Nobody ever dares ask that question. but it's supposed to be a fair system. Why do y'all have this a black manosphere? Why is there the red pill in the first place? When you know damn well how the system and how the women of our community treats us. Nobody wants to go into that argument. If you're going to dismantle the black manosphere, if you're going to dismantle the red pill, ask yourself this reverse engineering question. Why do we have it in the first place? What does men going their own way truly mean? To ask the question is to answer the question. Shout out to Obsidian. If you're saying that we're leading young black men not getting married, why? Answer it. Why would a grown black man tell a black boy not to get married? Is marriage fair to men? If that woman wants to leave, will he be able to still keep his kids? Because truly, if a man had to pick over his kids or the woman, 9 times 10 he's going to pick his kids and tell the woman, go about your business and get the fuck out of here. Oh, 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 oh. Let me get onto that one. Why would we be scared? See, notice the talking points of scared, but guess what? If a woman was in an abusive relationship, would she be scared? If a man is in a relationship where he has constant fear of losing his house, his way of life, living off of ramen noodles, and never seeing his children for a year or three, what kind of fear do you think that invokes? But that's the equivalent of telling women to stay in a physically abusive relationship, right? Even though 67, almost 70% of the time in the black community, the woman is the aggressor. Ask me how I know. Oh, yeah, by the way, stats don't count unless they fit the narrative of the gynocracy. There you go, son is hot raw. Men walking away from an unfair system. The greatest reversal ever that my coach taught me was to never get in the situation or the move in the first place. If I don't get in that situation or that hold in the first place, I need not fear it. You know what the beautiful thing is when men start focusing on themselves and not women? Is that men start to like, wait a minute, I didn't know I was this skilled, or I had a propensity for this type of talent. I have a knack for this type of shit. Men start developing themselves to be better men. Women hate that because now, if that man actually figures out that he's talented, that he's intelligent, that he has something that he can cultivate, he starts to outrank her, and she can never get him back under her wing ever again. Any lies, folks? I'll wait. Tell me that I'm lying. There's a reason why you shame them, you insult them, you put them down, you do all this shit because you know if that man actually believed in himself and had somebody who truly believed in himself, he wouldn't deal with you. One of the greatest shootouts of all time in a movie, Heat. Never get involved with anything you can't walk away from in 30 seconds. Facts. Even a woman. And I think that's what happens with a lot of men. Men need to stand on their square. When I went on that panel, I stayed on my square. And I told them dizzy ass broads, you're lying. Guess what? You know the reason why men don't want to get married. It doesn't benefit us. Now here's the fucking fact of the matter. Would they tell their sons to take a losing fucking game? I'm gonna ask everybody listening. Would you tell your son to play a sport where he's gonna lose 80% of the time? Your kid would look at you like, you fucking hate me. Why would you ruin me? But they won't tell their daughters that. They'll tell their daughters to go get an education so they don't need a man. But they don't tell them that their daughters need to go focus not only on their education, but finding a great man while you're amongst the greatest crop of educated people that you'll ever see in your life, ever. That's why they tell these half truths. That's why they tell these half truths. You know why men don't want to get married? It's because men actually witness their friends, their fathers, their grandfathers, their uncles, their cousins, their brothers get raked over the fucking coals. But yet you want to convince us to keep taking a losing bet. You want us to go up to the slots in Vegas and pull the slots down, trying to get that 20 percenter. And then guess what? You go back and invest into it again and you lose all your damn money. And when she divorced, what the fuck do you get out of it? Let's just say it. Let's just say it, right? He does get married. Divorce happens. What does he get out of it? Why are people so convinced of telling men to take the bad deal? If the marriage has to end in divorce, what does the man get for compensation? Lion 917 said no. They try to tell women to focus on getting potential husbands in college, but apparently women are too lazy to do that. And yes, Kai, they want to be in control. Because single women keep women single. That's why. Here's the problem, like BGS says, older men see themselves in younger men, and older women see themselves as younger women. Because you have an issue in our community where honestly mothers and daughters are competing for the same men. And they're stabbing each other in the goddamn back. But they don't want to focus on that. They don't want to speak on that. If family was so important to black women, guess what? They wouldn't be throwing their womb like Captain America throws a mighty shield. I just spoke to one of my boys last night when we had some cigars and drinks. When his child's mother was messing with a guy, why did she get an abortion for his kid but keep the other guys? And I told him, you're making more money, you're significantly taller, you have no homo, you have traditionally handsome features, and she wanted that for her baby. She saw your lifestyle and she thought she could get it. And I keep telling dudes, women don't see you as a human being. They see you as a human doing or a mark. They don't see you as a character. Notice that's why women don't even talk about a man's character. Is he nice? They always talk about what a man could do for them, but they'll never tell you what they could do for that man. And that's fundamentally the reason why our community is fucked up. Because we lost our way and we have no character. If family was so important, why don't you get with the best of men? If family was so important, why don't you get married? Why are you the least married? Why are you the most divorced? If family was so important, right? Right? If family was this compulsory in their thought process, why do they pick the worst outcomes and worst people to sire their children? Nobody wants to answer that shit. Family isn't important to black women because if it was, their children wouldn't be holy terrors in the community. What does he do? That's the cash app if anybody wants to donate. If family was really important to a woman's psyche in the modern day, they would make a lot better choices. Because ultimately, I tell anybody this: if you pick a bad child's father, that's on you. Just like I would tell a man if he picks a bad wife, that's on you. You picked her. You asked her hand. She didn't ask yours. But you won't get that type of honesty from channels like the Breakdown. Because it's a responsibility for a man to pick a good wife. Sorry. But no, you won't get that type of honesty, man. And their quest for control, they're damning the race because their choices in mating, voting, and everything else they do. They don't get that Mr. Charlie is replacing them, of course. Of course. We're supposed to get the secondhand leftovers. We don't get them in their good years. We're supposed to take them as a package deal. No, a package deal is a PlayStation 5 with 2 controllers and 3 to 5 games and a warranty. That's a package deal. A losing deal is dating a woman with 5 kids and she expects you to pay for all the food for your kid for their kids. That's some chump shit. There's no benefit for you. She's not going to allow you to adopt them kids, change the name. If that kid becomes a success in life, she's not going to allow you to reap that benefit. She's not. If a woman wants you to take care of her 5 kids, you should have the legal right to sign them over and put them on your taxes and reap the benefits if you took care of them. But they don't do that. They don't think about that. They don't think about that. It's all selfishness. It's all plain and simple selfishness. They want all the benefits they can get. Exactly. Zion Williamson's stepfather. He's the one who instilled the skills, but didn't even get a thank you when he was drafted. And then look at Zion's stupid ass now. Stepfather looking like a damn fool. That's all they want us to do. They want to put us in a position where we take care of all the responsibilities and reap none of the rewards. Foolish. Foolish. And I have a question for all these women. Would they want their sons to take a foolish fucking dive that you're asking men of this generation to do? Would you? It makes me wonder. Would you want your son to go into a predicament where he knows 80% of the time he's fucked? Well, you got to look for the right one. What are there no right ones? I'm sorry. They don't build rotary phones anymore. Sorry. They just don't. You might find it in a secondhand store, but they just don't build it anymore. It's just like a Model T. They don't build it anymore. There's some things they just don't build anymore. They don't put lead in paint anymore. Sorry. They don't put asbestos in buildings anymore. Sorry. There's some things they just don't do because it had that high propensity for danger. But you're asking, would you ask your son to go pick a wife in a society where they don't teach being a wife anymore? I want you to think about this. I really want y'all to think about this on this panel. Would you ask your child to take a losing bet? A losing bet that 80% of the time he's not going to find a wife. He's not going to find anybody traditional. Would you want that for your kid? That's how you know.
Thanks, man. Appreciate you, man. Yes, sir.
Why would you ask your son to take a losing bet? I'm one of the oldest millennials. We don't have wives like that. It's even less for the Gen Zs. And the alphas, good luck with that one. They're done. They're done.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
But you want men to take a losing bet just to make you feel good, just to make you feel validated. But you'll never invest into those kids and tell them the truth. Well, there's some good women out there. Where? Where? Let's tell the truth. Let's tell the damn truth. And see, this is the reason why I don't go to other panels, because a lot of this shit is lying. Is lying. You know the reason why. Concrete Rose and Sister George are not stupid women. They know why. I refuse to even talk to them like they're stupid. They are not stupid women. They know why. But they don't want to tell the truth. Because telling the truth doesn't make you any money. That's the issue. Telling the truth does not make money. Telling the truth does not make you money. If that was true, BJS would have 100,000 subscribers. Dr. T would have 100,000. I would at least have 10. You get to about 20,000 subscribers who donate, you can live off that shit very comfortably. And if not comfortably, it would definitely be a good substance to establish some wealth. But to go out there and to tell a lie when you knew the truth, you see, a lot of you don't remember BGS for women. Sister George and Concrete Rose were regulars there. That's where they got their start. Or as I should say, that's when they started to be recognized. You're right, Namer. If there was money in the truth, people would be speaking it more often. What's up, Kev? He says, salute. These anti-black manosphere goofs hate the truth. Yes, they do. There are people who are so talented, so articulate, that there's a damn shame that they only have what, sub 3,000 subscribers. I'm barely kicking 4,000, barely about to touch that. And but yet they want to compare us to Cynthia G. Which person in the black manosphere said to abort black babies? Since you want to make this comparison to Cynthia G, my dude, I, I just want to ask this question. What's wrong with smartening up black boys and black men not to take a bad deal? Just like Courtney Michelle wanted to throw up her Christianity, obviously you didn't read the part about the Bible about women being silent. Matter of fact, I'm gonna put the link. I just want Kev up for a second. I want Kev to come up here for a second if he got time. And I want Kev's thoughts because I'm pretty sure he usually comes on around, late tonight. So I want his thoughts real quick on what he heard on that fiasco. Because I'm really getting tired of people lying. There's ugly truths I live with every day. I'm not going to lie about it. I may not like to talk about it a lot, but I'm not going to lie about it. I wish I could tell my 16-year-old son he's going to have the best time. He's going to be friends with everybody. He's going to have an abundance of women to choose from who's going to be a perfect wife for him. No, I have to tell him the ugly truth. These hoes ain't loyal. You're a human doing, not a human being. But to get off and say you understand, you women are too damn smart enough in this space to ask those dumbass questions. I refuse to treat you like you're idiots. You women are too damn smart and you know the reasons why. And that's what makes me pissed off with you both. And when you have that bias, that obvious bias that you showed, that already tells me what you really think. Enough said. Like it's like Stan Lee would say on the comics. Enough said. True believers. You could take the gynocrat out the gynocracy, but you can't take the gynocracy out the gynocrat. You can't. Ladies and gentlemen, Kev, aka Blackman, being brutally honest. How you doing, Kev?
Hey, what's good? Yeah, my voice is a little bad today, and can you hear me?
Oh yeah, you coming in great.
Okay. Yeah. I would have to say that there, it, although Sister George is my homie, they're still a little angry about a broadcast I did a couple weeks ago. That's why they kept saying that stuff about uh, how they would how they would they're talking about that they'll be giving shit about what they've been saying and their rhetoric and everything. And they actually did a broadcast and where they kind of misrepresented what I said. So yeah, that was a shit show today. It really was. That was a shit show, and I'm getting a little tired of the comparisons to divestors and black man haters because we don't hate black women. That's the funny thing. We
And
don't
you're
hate
married
black.
to a black woman, right?
Yeah, yeah. So how can I hate them if I'm married to one? But and I'm a married man of a very different perspective. I am. It's
Yeah.
it's it's I don't simp just because I'm married to a black woman. These guys were up there simping harder than a motherfucker. And it just it and whenever I have to listen to too much of that, it gives me a fucking headache. It does. It
Yeah.
gives me, yeah. I mean, with what's that dude named Uncle Stu? Man, it's like the difference between Uncle Stu speaking and you and Keep It 100 speaking was that they kept interrupting you guys, but they let him just get all the way through with his. So
Mm-hmm.
that's why I was saying things like, yeah, they you tell the lies they like. That's what they do.
Yeah.
They tell the lies that these people like to hear. They don't want the truth. They don't want actual facts. They want you to lie to them. Period.
And see, it. I'm
And
sorry.
then
Keep going.
and then the comparison to Cynthia G was fucking ridiculous. Cause
That was fucking disgusting.
yeah, because they got mad with me because I disagreed with the notion that the black manosphere is anti-black woman, and it's not. It's not. And then like all that screaming and yelling they did on the reaction to my broadcast that you remember that one I did like about I guess 2 or 3 weeks ago.
Oh
Um,
yeah.
yeah, do the women of the space owe the black manosphere? Uh, they, yeah, they threw out all kinds of shit like they should not have been questioned, that we're being watched by the FBI. Hey, Faulkner, what movement of black men who speak out of turn has not been watched by the government?
We're watched by the government.
Yeah.
I'm going to
Ev-
tell you, there has never been a group of black men that hasn't been heavily watched by some government entity at some time,
yeah.
especially if it talks in something they consider being sort of radical,
Yeah. The Nation
something
of
against the
Islam,
grain of the system.
the civil rights movement. Remember, Martin Luther King was nonviolent, and they were still watching him. were.
Mhm.
It was absolutely fucking ridiculous, the Cynthia G comparisons. And they say this stuff, married man this, married man that. I'm a married man of a different ilk. I I I really wish I would have came on that panel today, but I really wanted to save my voice for tonight.
Yeah,
Yeah, that shit was dumb. And
it
they
was
need to
stupid. It was stupid because even when Courtney Michelle brought up these nonsensical facts, and I told her, you do know a quick Google search will show you 82% of the time court awards the mother with custody because
yeah,
there's been studies where the courts have illicit bias against men and even more so black men when the
hell yeah.
government incentivizes you to have children because I've told this before. If you split up the family, how many houses do you need? Two. That's more money to the system. That's more bills. Have you noticed when women are with men, women don't spend money? There's a cap on that shit.
Yeah.
And when and people don't understand my background. When people tell me about domestic violence, I said, well, y'all know y'all more violent than us. Y'all usually the aggressors, almost
Well,
70% of the time.
they don't want to hear that from a police officer that directly deals with these things.
Yeah, like fuck your facts. And what's crazy, and what's crazy about it is, sister, like I said before, the problem with a lot of the dudes in the system, stop thinking that people are dumb. Stop treating women like they're children. They're not. They're smart, intelligent creatures like you are.
Oh yeah.
When you
Yeah.
hold them accountable to that, that's when shit changes. Because what happens altruistically is that you're gonna hold people accountable because you know better. Just like dude saying when I went to jail for selling drugs, I didn't have an example. Dude, I live in East Baltimore. I'm from East Baltimore. I'm an '80s baby who grew up in the '80s and '90s of Baltimore, the most violent time in Baltimore, believe it or not. And you're gonna tell me that why didn't I sell a drug? Well, you had your parents in your life. That doesn't mean shit. You had a lot of people who had parents in their life and still did stupid shit. I made a solemn choice not to do it. That wasn't for me. That wasn't in my soul. But yet now you want to make the excuse because there were no examples. See, when you do that, you give them carte blanche to come up with the bullshit that they speak on themselves. And I'm like, wait a minute, wait a minute. And yes, believe it or not, Sister George and Carlton are still my Facebook friends. But guess what? Just because I'm friendly with you don't mean I'm gonna call you on your bullshit.
People don't understand that. They think that you're supposed to 100% agree with them, and that's what makes for conversation. There are two sides to a conversation. I don't have to agree with you on everything, just like you don't have to agree with me on everything. And the crazy part of you being up there was you tried to give us some stats, and all of the simps in the chat were demonizing it. They were criticizing it. They were saying you were whining. But when Courtney Michelle started
Was
trying to run
one.
off facts or whatever she was trying to do with her stats, uh, there was none of that energy. And this is why we call these guys simps.
Yeah, it's that female validation. You got to do what mommy says. That's the first thing I told her. Your assumptions are showing. I said, first and foremost, if you take out the fact that 54% of black men don't have children, and that a little over what 42% who have children, 30% of them are married. So you're only dealing with the 8% who are so-called deadbeats, and even that's a case-by-case study. Why is he a deadbeat? Did you keep him away from the child? Women won't. And here's another thing: human beings have a tendency to lie, especially women. Why? Because women's greatest power is not their physical strength like men, it's the art of deception.
Yeah,
And
really.
people think that I hate women. No, women love me. Women, I went to a cigar event last night and got two numbers. Not even trying. I talk to women. There's women who give me shit about red pill shit and say, you know what, Charles? That's a damn shame that y'all got to go through this. Women, there's a lot of women that agree with me once I sit down and talk to them and be like, this is what it is. I'm talking to a woman who said she sent her son to be with her father, to be with his father. Good, bad, and ugly. Look, you need to learn some lessons from your father, good, bad, and ugly, because I can't teach you anymore. I'm a woman. The world doesn't look at me the same. Her words, not mine. See, y'all don't want to tell the absolute ugly truth. They're ugly truths. I hate the fact that black boys, when they reach eighth grade, only 10% can read on level. Hate it. But I got to understand that truth. Because if you don't tell the truth, there's no way to combat the situation.
They hate the truth though. They really do, and it's only gonna hurt us more than help us. They always want to talk about this black unity and community and all this other stuff, but no one wants the truth. How 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 are we gonna get to these points if we do not change the mentality? How?
Exactly. And see, I would give Courtney Michelle a slide with her rotten ass, but not Sister George and Concrete Rose. You've been in this space too damn long. You've been on too many panels with BGS for women, and before y'all really started kicking it off on y'all joints, to allow this bullshit narrative to exist, and that's where it pisses people off. You got very beautiful, very attractive women in this space who support the men. So don't give us this, oh, we just hate women, we hate marriage. I told him I'm not against marriage. Matter of fact, I think what next week my boy's getting married.
Okay.
I'm like, I just to me, I'm just like this. It's just like when you talk about esoteric studies. Esoteric religious studies to me are more important than anything else. Why? If I'm going to believe in God, it has to be practical. When you pray for God for a certain situation, guess what? He's not going to always give you the situation. He's going to give you the strength. You just need the will and to put the first step forward to overcome or to gain that situation. But people think of God as a genie that you can rub the lamp. It does not work that way. And
Yeah.
fundamentally, when you do that, you're lying to yourself. Because what is faith without works?
Dead.
It's dead in its nothingness. So if you keep on trying to sell these narratives that we're a bunch of woman haters, when at least a lot of you guys, Black Guru, yourself, and a couple other dudes are married in this space. How many fathers in this space? You can't tell. A lot of people can't tell me shit. I have my son without going to the court system. My boy Darren, who comes to my panel sometimes, Biggs, he went against the court and had to fight tooth and nail, study his ass off, and won custody of his child, of his son. And he's married. He's married to another woman, and they have a daughter together that they raised successfully. So don't tell me this bullshit when you know there's illicit bias. You know better. That's what pissed me off with very intelligent people telling a bold-faced fucking lie.
And she came up there with wind in her fucking jaws anyway, ready to insult somebody.
Yep. Oh, you're very feminine and you're very masculine, so we're even. So I'm looking at it like if you think my 5'10", 280 pound ass is feminine, then I'm doing a poor representation of femininity. Well, then again, compared to some of these broads now, I might be the quintessential of femininity to some of them. But here's the God honest truth. When you speak the truth, you're going to be so hated. There's there's no reason the average channel shouldn't have 10,000 people.
Well, that's societal, and they can hate me till the fucking cows come home. I don't care. But if you know, if all they're looking for is an ass kisser, they need to go somewhere else with that shit. I
I'm not
mean,
going to do it.
yeah,
You're
man,
not going to do it.
no, not at all. Like I already knew what kind of shit they were on interviewing that guy.
Yeah. And when that dude tried to say, well, you could tell Charles Falter, I said, yo, tell me to my face. Tell me what? I don't whine about women. Let me put it to you this way. There's some men who get married because they want to, and there's some men who get married because they have to.
Fear of loneliness.
Fear of women. See, I'm a big believer that men need they need to be solitary creatures for a little bit. Even if they have a wife at home, they need somewhere where they could be alone for about an hour or two and get their
Oh,
thoughts together.
those are facts. Though that right there is very therapeutic for a married man, because a lot of these guys they come up here and act like that you can't be married and have your views and opinions at the same time, and that's just not true. I mean, what these guys really are doing is presenting themselves as cucks. I tell them
Yeah,
all. I tell them all the time. And if people ask me, "Oh, how does your wife feel about you being on YouTube?" I say she hates it, but I'm still here. So what does that tell you?
hmm
What exactly does that tell you? I don't cuck. I don't do any of that. That's some of you niggas.
You know what one of my ex girlfriends said when she invited me out to this little bar and bought drinks, and it was this one chick was checking me out, and I knew she was checking me out because she was looking at me when I was with my ex, and we were already broken up. And this happened like what, early this year or early summer. And no, no, no. Was it last year? Well, last year. She literally went, as soon as she went to the door to go to her car and she was coming back, she had all the rap in the world to me. And I told her about myself and how, and she goes to my ex and be like, "Did you give this dude money?" She was like, "Female, I'm gonna tell you something. This guy's the ultimate gentleman. He's just not gonna take your shit." She's like, she's like, there's never been one time I never felt safe with this guy. He will cuss you the fuck out if you need it, but if you're being a lady, he's the ultimate gentleman. What's the excuse? But now it's the guy's fault because he couldn't find a good woman. You know how many cops go through the same shit, and some of them are dating or married with cops, and they're keeping their kids away from them. You heard Josh when he told his story. Do you know how many people, if it wasn't for this space, do you know how many motherfuckers would eat their gun? Do you
I
know how
mean,
many motherfuckers would hurt people or unalive them or delete them?
but they don't
They
want to
don't
hear that. They don't want to
they
hear
don't
that we're actually
understand.
being effective.
They don't understand the first rule of the black manosphere, the manosphere period, is to let you know you're not crazy.
Absolutely.
When you get those emails or those text messages to say thank you, I was about to do something really bad to somebody, or I was going to harm myself. But thanks to you putting foot in my ass, this summer I just finished my nursing degree. I just finished my engineering degree. That should hit you in the chest, man.
Yeah.
There's times my strong ass goes to tears because it's this one comic book with Spider-Man. It's called One More Day, I believe, where Spider-Man is upset because Aunt May was shot, and he's questioning God. And guess who visits him? The one above all, God. And he has a candid conversation with God, and they go to a beach because God just transmutes stuff. And he shows them all the spirits of all the people he saved, and he even joked. I even counted team ups too. He says, "You see that doctor you say one day you were swinging through New York, and he was about to get hit by a bus? Because you saved his life, look how many people's lives he saved as a surgeon." You never know how far the branches fall from the tree. I'm going to say it again for the niggas in the back. You never know how far the branches fall from the tree. When people say we're doing God's work, we don't even know how effective our work is.
And guess what? I never argue with those people when they say this, when they come to me or when they go to other spaces and say, hey, this space saved my life. That's what pissed me off with the amazing Lucas. Because one of the guys on BGS's panel said that this space saved my life. And Lucas mocked it. I'm like, who the fuck does this guy think he is?
First of all, the amazing Pucus is a nerdy clown thinking he's cool. See, amazing Lucas is a basically he's the soldier without a country. He lost favor with Candace Owens and Brandon Tatum when they had their Blexus movement. Fell out with them. Now he has nobody because you talk so much shit about black people. Now you want to be pro-black. Now you want to be a video gamer. And I like to thank Amazing Lucas because he gave every Black Manosphere content creator great content to talk about his stupid ass.
Yeah.
Thank you, Amazing Lucas. You gave us more numbers than the lottery.
Shit, he gave us more numbers than he gets. I
Yeah.
mean, how are you a guy that has nearly 500,000 subs, but you can't do live streams that are more numerous than BGS's live streams? Lucas does 300, BGS would do 600. I think
Do
the
you know
guy.
what the,
Go
do
ahead.
you know what the most live stream viewers I ever had in my life?
How many?
800.
More than me? Shoot, I
And
think.
that was a salute to Kevin when he passed. I just looked over it the other day and I didn't even know so many popular names were in there, like Melanie King, Black Ram, and other people were in the chat. That's a testament to our space.
Yeah, it is. And that's something that guys who represent this space or that they need to be proud of. We all are proud of that. The fact that we were able to salute that man in the way that we have, and then he catches so much hate, even in death.
I'm starting to think even more so in depth. But guess what? Vivica Fox and all those other people, and yeah, Vivica, you probably don't remember me, but I was the guy who was protecting you some years back in Baltimore when I was doing executive protection for your ass. That was the same time I was doing executive protection for Common and Freeway. But we could, but we could tell whose career is growing and whose career is stagnant in a motherfucker. But that's neither here nor there. The point being is that, like I said this before, the first generation Manosphere 1.0 was to get the voice. Manosphere 2.0 was to establish the spear. Was the debates. Manosphere 3.0 was the point of the intellectuals, the Dr. T's, the Green Gorillas, the Dr. Neils, and others. I've officially said Manosphere 4.0 is about political and economic power. It has to be. You cannot, you can't debunk our talking points anymore because people from academia confirms them. Now it's to lobby politicians on both sides of the aisle. It's to now start supporting black male-owned businesses. Now it's to keep the dollar within the manosphere. I've always told people, if you want to salute a channel, if you like what they're talking about, support them. Last time I checked, the more you support them, the more they talk for you. That's how lobbying works. And then I had a really big bone to pick with that Sly, whatever the fuck his name is. Well, you need to show how you change it. Nigga, show what you do for the community. I gave 20-year-old black men jobs and training.
Yeah, they don't
No,
like to hear that.
I gave you seen the pictures with Rachel True and Cree Summer.
Oh, yeah.
All right, man. Be safe. And I said, "You seen those young men learn executive protection when I taught them. You seen me train them in firearms safety and firearms training. Think about it. How many 20-year-olds I just qualified to get their permits to carry, their security license, and their private detective license. And this is before the age they could legally drink.
Yeah.
What have you done? What have you done? What have you done? You can you can validate everything I've done. Well, you need to cam up and show pictures. I'm into pictures. I'm into business. Business is booming.
That cam up, that cam up and show me pictures. That's nothing but a goalpost move. They don't really want to see that. They just want to shut you up. It's
Yeah.
disingenuous.
Yes, I was in charge of not only 10,000 people, but I was the lead for the security detail for both Rachel True and Cree Summer at BlairCon. Yes, I was in. We had 10,000 people's lives in our hands, but I'm supposed to show my work, right? Let me say, and and what makes it very humbling is that when people say that rhetoric, they don't know who they're talking to. They think that we're just a bunch of computer geeks smashing a keyboard or on a phone or on a smartphone with nothing to show for it.
Hey, let me tell you
Obviously,
let
go
me
ahead. I'm
tell you
sorry.
let me tell you something real quick. And it's your show, so you don't have to really apologize. But thanks for the courtesy. Let me tell you something. We
That's
could be
something that I didn't get on their show, but go ahead. That's how
but
you actually run a pattern.
you can be the biggest do nothing. You could be a criminal. You could be the biggest piece of whatever. But if you simp, they won't care at all. They won't
Nope.
care. You might as well be Jesus Christ to them if you simp. And that's just what it is.
And they don't
Woo!
realize how much of a disease something truly is. Oh, what's up to everybody's favorite mother trucker, A.L. Evans?
What's going on, my dear friend? And Kev, Booty, Honest, what's good with you, bro? Keep doing what you're doing. We love you. We respect you. And you know Roger got your back. But I'm just up here
Uh,
to reiterate and state the fact that for everybody listening and not paying attention, Charles L. Faulkner Jr. and BGS Skidmore saved my life one day. And they know what I'm talking about. Thank you, brother. Thank you. Love you.
Anytime, man. Anytime. And and,
Absolutely.
it, and it's sad because I don't even throw it up in people's faces. Hell, y'all got me through COVID, and I was down bad. People thought I
Yeah,
was gonna die.
you was at that bad, man. We were praying for you too, because that came
I remember that.
to see my 5'11", 285 pound homie. Truck man, even when he came on air, we was like, dude, why you on air? Get some rest, man. Man, I got to talk my shit, man. It got to be heard. Man, you're a warrior, bro. You know you're a warrior.
And I mean, you got to think how much this place saved lives. If- I know people wanted me to get rest, but that was the only thing that one of the few things that kept me going.
Yeah, but they like to call you weak when you admit to those things, when you admit to vulnerabilities, and when a space like this can pull you out of that, which is awesome. I mean, and it really shows the value of the space. Then they want to call you all kinds of names. They
Yeah,
are so upset with content creators that might have made them look foolish in the past, that they want to discount everything positive that we have done. And I'm gonna be one of those content creators that's not gonna let that happen. I don't care. I'm not gonna let it happen. I will continue to support the Black Manosphere. That's all there is to it. But Charles, I'm gonna drop down because really this like is really a strain. And like I said, I still got tonight's show to do. So hopefully I see you all there. But yeah, that was some bullshit today. Seriously.
Oh yeah. Try to
And
get
also,
some tea at the limit, man.
yeah. Oh yeah.
Kev,
Get some honey
Kev,
too. Get some
Kev,
honey. Plenty of honey. Honey will help with the throat. Or if you get like one of those strepsils with honey and lemon, that'd be cool.
Word.
Kev,
Hey,
before you go, put your link in the chat for those who ain't subscribed to Charles. He got your back. Yeah, for all those who ain't subscribed to Kev being brutally honest, put your link in there, man, so they can go on and link up. That's what we do when we in these places, man.
Yeah, we
Got to put
network.
your info, man.
And
Got
and
to.
don't forget, for everybody listening, don't forget to be on Black Men Being Brutally Honest tonight. It's going to be a hell of a show. This is basically it's going to probably more nines out of ten be the continuation of this show.
Mm.
yeah, I got some ideas. I got some ideas.
Oh
So
yeah, and
yeah, but
and even if he doesn't, it's always going to be very entertaining and thought provoking. Oh, thank you again, Kev.
all right. Thank you for
Yeah.
having me up.
I'll see you around, Kev. Shit. Oh, by the way, remember, there's a difference between playing hurt and playing injured. You know what I'm saying?
All right.
All right, Kev.
Uh, I mean, shit. I mean, oh
It,
man,
I don't know if you saw that show, but that was a shit show.
I don't know
And
if I want to see that show.
I never ran a panel that was so I had a Mary Brown on my channel, and it ran smoother than that shit show that they put. And if it was any other female's channel, I would expect that, but not from them two motherfuckers, man. They've been too involved in this space too much to allow simps and a bunch of wayward fucking bitches to
But
fucking overtalk.
Charles, I don't care how everybody wants to sugarcoat it and talk about they good this, they good that, we have a pull, but they pull the same shit all the fucking time. And few, we got dudes in here like yourself and be just gonna put them in check, but not enough. We need to be put on blast every time they get out of fucking pocket. They keep forgetting. They keep fucking forgetting. It was the black manosphere where you got those stepping stones. So quit trying to shit on the black manosphere every chance you get southern and nice nasty. Like, nigga, we know a diss and we know a hatred when we see it here. Fuck that shit. Check them.
And it's funny because I've always said if you know one thing about me, I talk about practicality. It has to be practical for me to be married. I'm not going to marry out of love because you can fall out of love very easily.
Mm,
Practicality is something that you should be held by to the highest extent. If it doesn't make dollars, it don't make sense. Why get married
shout out to
when
DJ
you know
Quick.
there's a system that is going to fuck you? Is the possibility of getting fucked? Is what she brings overrides the possibility of getting fucked? See, for example, for example, hey Namer, is there a possibility you could post Kev's link to his channel in the chat? I'm on my
Uh,
phone.
hang on, let me go get it. I think I have it. His
And
name's Destruction
I'm going to
Smith.
tell you something. See, let's look at the example of Jeff Bezos. Jeff Bezos paid his wife $40 billion, but rightfully so. She helped him become a billionaire. So he was happy to give her severance pay. It was well deserved. But you can't go out there and say, hey, I deserve something, and you give nothing in return. That's the funniest part, fellas. You cannot say that to people and say, well, you shouldn't expect anything, or you can't get anything out of that man or that woman. No, much is given, much is earned, and we got away from that shit, man. And that's what really pissed me off. People like that know better. There's so many people who say they get
Mm-hmm.
their start from the black manosphere, they get a little bit of following, now they want to, oh, I'm not a part of the black manosphere. Get the fuck out of here.
Bullshit. But then
Fuck
again,
out
some
of
people
here.
were never part of this space, but they act like they were.
And
Where were you the whole time?
don't forget to support black men being brutally honest and look out for the show later tonight. Woo! Thank you, Kev. And it's funny. Notice how I apologize for cutting off Kev. Notice how I still gotta let him get his, even though, he was having a hard time speaking, he still got his point across. Notice that's how you properly, you know, run channels. It's not about emotionalism. We're even past the point of talking points, man. We're past the point of talking points because we already know they're true. We're past the point of talking points. Everything we're saying is factually based. Here's the most upsetting part about the situation is that you're so hungry for views, you would accept lies. Come on, sweetheart, you know better than that. You get pissed at me. They can hear this show. I don't hide my shit. You hear it and disagree and say, "Oh, Stefano was being rude." No, you purposely every time. It wasn't even just me. It was also Marcus, aka Keep It 100. Y'all just want on point steps. That's all. And believe it or not, a lot of people have love for Sister George and Concrete Rose. But the fact of the matter is, even if I got nothing but love for you and your husband, that was still some bullshit that was pulled. Now, I love you dearly, but guess what? Because we got love for you, you should be the first people to accept when we say, hey, that was some bullshit. Because as soon as I'm getting my point off, I get cut off. But you get this little fat, great value version of fucking TD Jakes talking. He get all his shit off. I'm gonna say this again, and somebody put it in the chat. People rather believe the sensational lie over the simplistic truth any day of the week. And I think fundamentally that's what happens. Well, y'all against marriage. If we were, do you know why? Me too. And fundamentally, I'm not some guy who just, oh, you hate women, you hate this, you hate that. There's no hatred. It's just truth. If you follow my career in this manosphere stuff, I've jumped on more men's asses than women's.
Can y'all hear me okay?
Oh yeah,
All right.
I can hear you now.
All
Hey,
right,
what's
good.
up? It's Lion 97. Excuse me, 917. Damn dyslexia. Hey, what's up, Lion?
All good. Woo, what's going on? What's going on? Salute
Ooh, what's
to
up?
the panel, salute to the channel. Salute to the
Yeah.
thanks for letting me up, bro. But yeah, I went back and listened to that video. I went back and listened to that conversation. Here's my thing about the marriage pushers. Because all this talk, but they want to keep asking you, why don't you want to get married? My question is, why don't you make it more enticing? Why aren't you putting together a network of actually women who are actually marriage material? Why isn't that the answer?
You know why? Because it actually involves work. Because one thing you
But
notice,
that's my point. That's how I know I see right through all that bullshit. Because I'm hearing this entire time. I'm listening to this entire conversation about men. It's not enticing. Why aren't you making it more enticing?
and here's the incredible part about it, right? they've been around the space on different panels, and they know that the marriage does not play well into the hands of of men. Period. Not just black men. And what happens is that when you sell a narrative, that narrative has to actually have some foundation if you really want to sell it. If marriage was so great, you know why. How many men got screwed by the system being married? But yet, why you never hear them have a panel on how to be a wife?
Never heard it.
I wonder why.
You'll
Never heard
never
that.
hear them have it. You'll never hear them have a panel on how to be submissive,
Nope.
Yeah, that's why I
how
know
to
it's
bring how to bring value to a man's life. But you try to shit on the same space that gave you your break.
or how can you, or like, yeah, or simple, yeah. Look, what Shaka said, like, why aren't you telling women how to endure and how to stay in a marriage even when things aren't going your way or whatever, and things are not going well? Why isn't that the teaching? Instead of you bitching the men about why we don't want to get married. Instead of you
Slavery
busy.
has never been enticing.
No, it
I
hasn't.
mean,
Why you gotta sign a contract? Why do you need a contract for it?
yeah, like here's the fundamental flaw in the theory, right? Where do men benefit? And I asked that question. And every time, and you heard how many times I got cut off, even when I was not finished. Everybody could give a 5 to 10 minute soliloquy, but I could barely get 2 minutes out my ass. And we're just wondering, hey, if you're saying we're telling men not to get married, okay, cool. Here's the question: where does it benefit us? You can't say go to a job. The first thing you're gonna ask is how much I get paid and how much and what do I get the benefits? What are the benefits? Marriage is a career; it's a job. Where are the benefits? But I'm supposed to sit here and and literally literally, hey, gamble that 20% I'm gonna be right. What you think about that line?
Yeah, my bad. I mean, it's all bullshit. One, good luck selling it to men who've already been married. And I'm one of those men. Good luck selling that to men who've already been there, so they know the game. So
Welcome back from the
know
dead, Sam.
they know exactly what is required.
Mm-hmm.
And the BS that comes with it. So good luck selling it to them, let alone these single men these other men who've never been married, and they're seeing it in their personal lives. Every man they've seen that's gotten married, it's never going well. It seems like it's never going well.
Yeah, like there are almost no benefits to it. Our 720 said the spot about the church pastor trying to hook up all the single successful men with the baby mamas told me all I need to know about what the community thinks about good black men. He said, Charles, I'm on my way. Oh, yeah, I know. See, here's the criminality in it all, right? You got to look at this through a fine tooth comb. There must be rhyme and reason and benefit to my actions. If not, men are just typically not going to do it. That's just how men
No,
are.
there's no. So that's not even. It's not even just relationship and marriage. That's anything in life. You need to see some sort of incentive. Nobody does anything without incentive. That's just life.
Grown ass men a gamble. A gamble where they win 20% of the time. Would you?
Like there's yeah,
Would you like to be
that's
20% successful at your career, or would
nah,
you?
I'm good. If you told me 60, we could talk.
But I'd rather have 80. 80, 80 is
Yeah,
pretty
I
damn
mean,
high.
yeah, 80 is pretty damn high. But if you gave me 70 or 60, we could talk. But
And then, but
no,
70
absolutely
and
not.
60.
it's ridiculous, man.
Boy,
It's just fucking ridiculous. Go ahead, Nair. I'm sorry.
no, it's cool. It's cool. I'm just thinking. First of all, Leon, welcome from the dead. Welcome back from the dead. First of all, I'm glad you got out of purgatory, aka marriage and divorce. But lesson lived, lesson learned. Uh, Charles will be back. Hold on, folks.
Yeah, I know, I
But
know. Yeah, I'll drop. Well,
hey,
thank you.
I've never been married. I've seen people go through. I've seen people with happy marriages, and I've seen people go through some ugly, messy divorces. And I've seen dudes who are single but have kids, by a chick, and have a baby mama who just like ruined their lives.
Yeah, I have a best friend. We literally grew up together. He's currently married. He was like, yeah, I'm never doing this shit. He's like, I love my wife. Don't get it twisted. I love my children, but I ain't never doing this shit again. That's his direct
Yeah,
quote.
well, yeah.
He's like,
Oh, by the way, I am from a different culture, by the way, so maybe my perspective's a little different.
nah, it's
You
cool.
can't, you can't pay me to do that shit no
But
more, and I did it twice with the same woman.
But here's the thing about it. The thing that no one's paying attention is that why do you have all sorts of men from different backgrounds, different races, from different places, all saying the same thing when they still have this attitude towards marriage as the way it's currently constructed? Why don't you go change that before you come bitching to men?
Because,
Because it's not just black men who have these thoughts and feelings toward marriage. It's not just black men. It's not just us. Like
I mean,
marriage
I've seen.
is not enticing to men, period, regardless of race or where he lives.
Uh-huh.
It's not enticing.
I remember I shouldn't have done this because it made me kind of come off like a simp. But this is back when I was younger. But that was before I realized what kind of an asshole this motherfucker was. And I knew because this dude was like my brother's will end up being my brother's colleague. But and we realized this dude was there was something wrong with this dude. Something really messed up about him. And I once referred to him as just a sperm donor, even though he supposedly is a good father. But yeah, you can be a good father, but you can be a good father to your kid, a fucked up husband, ex-husband, gratefully an ex-husband to your ex-wife, but he's he's not worth that respect. You know what I'm saying? But a lot of dudes, but there's a lot of dudes out there who are like who've been in marriages, things didn't work out, and once they put the ring on that on her finger, and once they exchange vows and everything, she would pull the 180 because nobody wants to talk about one thing. For example, is the bait and switch. You know what I'm saying? Anybody familiar with the bait and switch?
No, oh yeah, everybody knows about the baiting.
Yeah, shit happened to me twice.
That's the thing that's the part of marriage that nobody wants to acknowledge either. That no one wants to
Yeah.
talk
I
about.
mean, I'll give you an example. Al, I'm not here. I'm asking this question not to embarrass you or anything like that, sir. But could you please remind the folks about your track record with marriage? Al.
We batting 0 for 2. We batting 0 for 2. Will not step up to bat no more again ever in life. Married the same
And it
woman
was twice
twice.
to the same woman, right?
Yep. Makes me the biggest jackass in Texas.
You know what? You know what? You know what? Like I said before to you, Al. You remember Fred Rerun Brett Berry from What's Happening?
Yep.
I'm back.
Okay, that motherfucker. Oh, welcome back, fam. Yeah, but like I said, Fred Berry, he was married 6 times to 4 different women. 2 of those women, he married them twice. He had to go back a second time to make sure the first time was a mistake.
Sounds about right.
So, yeah, Eminem was, married his wife 2 times. Remember?
Yeah, I remember that.
The second time it was shorter. The second time was a lot shorter. They got that annulled, thankfully.
Yeah, as he married,
Then
he married the mother of his daughter.
the mother of his daughter. He also adopted her daughter from a previous relationship. In fact, he also took his sister-in-law's kid as well.
Yeah,
They
yeah.
were all in his custody. So
Mm-hmm.
it was the
But
right. First of all, it doesn't make him a simp because it was the right thing to do given the circumstances. But
I mean, I get
taking
it.
care of somebody.
Yeah,
I mean,
well, taking
Can
care
I
of somebody.
can I interject real quick? How's it going, you guys? How's
What up,
everyone?
AC?
yeah, what's going on?
What up,
Yo,
AC?
what's going on, Lion? What's going
What up?
on, man? What's going on, AL? Chuck, man, I wanted
Yeah.
to tell you. Every now and then, you come across my mind. Like pause when I say this, but I must say I really, I really dig what you do in terms of with the security thing, and you mentoring the boys, and you just being a kingmaker, so to speak. But every time I think about, like, it was one time you were on BGS streaming. After the stream, I thought about, I was like, if Charles was of any other race of man, or if he was in another culture, he would have been married already. In the sense of, you've done your part, you've made your investment into the community, and you've done your part as a man. So my thing is this: when people say, "Why aren't you getting married?" It's like, you held your end of the bargain, so to speak, right? And many other black men have. They've held their end of the bargain. If you want to talk about community, what's the root word of community? Communal, right? And we always talk about the
Yeah.
contract. But my thing is this: brothers have held their end of the bargain. It comes across as you're being arrogant if you say, why aren't you not doing this, when you know damn well that the women aren't holding their end of the bargain as well.
Yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right because
Yeah,
men have reneged their deal when it came to marriage. Men still think in provision and protection. Women wanted independence. And independence means I don't want to be held under the authority of a man. And when you have that type of attitude, they've raised women to be married but anti communal, which is nonsensical. And here's the part that really fucks me up inside. You're absolutely right. I had a conversation with my godson. He was talking to this one girl, and she tried to say, "Why aren't you married?" I said, "Let me ask you something. You're 18, right? Yeah, I'm old enough to be your dad, right? Right? Is your mother a nice woman? Well, she could be aggressive and all this other stuff and voiceful and obnoxious sometimes, but I love her." I said, "That's the reason why I'm not married. Women like your mother." But you
Ooh.
disrespect your mother. I didn't disrespect your mother. I just gave you the answer. It would be disrespectful not to tell you the truth. I said, so
It'd
many
be a
people,
disservice.
yeah, because so many people will try to tell men, excuse me, let me back up. So many people will try to tell men that there's something wrong with them for not being married. No, it's called having God given sense. God given sense. It's very easy. If you put your hand in boiling hot water, what is your hand going to automatically do before your brain even thinks? Pull it out.
Fall back.
Because there's a propensity of danger of you losing that hand or being scalded or third degree burns, possibly. So
Hmm.
if you're seeing danger in something that could make you go through some type of turmoil, you're going to pull back. You're not gonna go through the test and trials and tribulations when you can witness it. That's why I hate it when people say, well, if you've never been married, you can't. No, that's a poor excuse. I've never been shot. I know from looking at people who've been shot, that shit ain't fun.
Exactly.
It's
That's
called
that's
empathy. It's understanding people's perspective. It's also understanding, right from wrong. I mean, we all know that, you stick a fork in a socket, you're gonna get shot. We all know that you put your hand on stuff, you're gonna burn yourself. You play with, there's a there's an old saying I remember being taught. It's in Swahili. It's a Kenyan saying. It's a Swahili saying. They said a child will not stop playing with the razor until they cut themselves. Meaning, unfortunately, there's a lot of people out there who uh who can only learn shit the hard way. You know what I'm saying?
yeah.
That's a problem.
And
So
unfortunately, this is the part that gets really fucked up in the spaces, right?
mhm.
Is that people like to conflate the definition of the red pill. Yes, some people may interpret it differently, but they're so similar that people you're pretty much going to get the gist. Red pill is the world for what it is when the veil is pulled back, and you're taking all of these men's training, experience, and education, and saying fuck your feelings, fuck your facts, fuck your experience, get married, take that bad bet. And when men say,
They
hold
want to
on,
play the rigged game. I'm sorry.
hold on, partner, we're not going to do that. You get mad with men not being stupid anymore. That's the part that gets me. That's the part that gets me.
But that's the thing about at the end of the day, what it really is, what red pill really is, it's one word. It's about choice. It's always been about choice. It's presenting all the facts and everything as the world is currently is, and you making a choice and what to do about it.
Yeah, you either.
Now on the subject of marriage, men are choosing not to do it. All this is just a temper tantrum, and what that panel actually was is motherfuckers mad because men are choosing not to engage.
Hmm.
That's all that is. Men are being presented with what the world and seeing it what it is. It's not even just what's being taught about here online. They're seeing it in their actual lives. So they're hearing what's being said, and then they go outside in their real life and they actually see it up front for what it is.
Yeah,
To me, and to interject, to me, I feel like it's intellectually dishonest to ask the demographic in the community who have the least amount of kids why they're not married. If it you should ask the people that have children why they don't have the covering needed to have a to provide for a child in terms of having a man in the house. You don't ask men that don't have kids or are single and doing decent or well for themselves why aren't they married. There's no lacking in them. The ball should be in the court of the people that didn't do what they're supposed to do. It's like if like I have a CDL license and you ask me why I didn't get like another specialized degree, but you allowed a person with that's driving without a license go way past you. You know what I mean? It's like you can't do that.
Well, at the
yeah,
same time, it's like I was saying before, like, oh, I don't know if you heard me before, AZ, why you all this question about marriage, dude? I'm like, why aren't you making marriage more enticing? Why are you not running some damn marriage commercial showing that it's actual positives in it?
why aren't
Because they know it ain't none. Cut the shit. What did they just
I
hit
know,
me with a while
I know
ago?
there isn't, but
It's
that's
look.
why I'm asking because
Okay, because this is the deal. They know this is what they know that they don't want you to know and they don't want it to get out. They're gonna play bait and switch. That's all marriage has always been with a woman, bait and switch. And it's gonna be that way until it can't be no more. And if you try to change that dynamic of it, shit, you get what you get. It's
I
just that simple.
I know why. I'm asking her. I know it's a rhetorical question, but that's just to cut through the bullshit because you shaming us to death about getting married ain't gonna change shit. It's not changing anything.
if anything, it's gonna make niggas dig deeper into the ground and dig a sock hole and get ready for battle.
Yeah, because they're going to ask that question. Because sooner or later they're going to ask that question: what's the incentive? And if you can't show the incentive, a hard, actual, believable incentive, no, they're not going to do it. This is no different than trying to sell a car, trying to sell a TV, or trying to sell anything in life. You're trying to sell something, you have to provide incentives.
Exactly. You know what? It kills me. I know Voltaire technically didn't say it. It was a guy that was in the Senate that said it. But people allude to Voltaire saying this. They're saying, you want to know whoever rules over you or who has the most influence, see who you can't question. And in my opinion, if you feel as though you can't question, why are you not asking, you as a woman, why are you not asking black women why they're not married? Because you have some bit of apprehension towards asking them that. That tells me all I need to know about who runs the community.
AV, excuse me, AV.
Yeah.
Besides that, there's another quote that also is connected to this. It's by Voltaire himself. It says, but of course, most people like to kind of paraphrase it. Basically, he said, those who have the power to convince people to believe in absurdity have the power to convince people to commit injustice.
Agreed.
And
He
the
was talking about
people,
the
when they're
church.
talking, he was
Yeah.
talking about one thing, but it's applicable in other ways.
Yeah.
You got so many people out here in these YouTube streets that are convincing a lot of women to be, convinced to believe in certain absurdities, and now they want to go out and try to do something, commit injustice of some kind. And I
I've
remember we
actually,
was on Mrs. Z's panel. We were on Mrs. Z's panel earlier. Lion, you were there. And one thing I
okay.
wanted to say that was really important. Yeah, and one thing I wanted to say regarding some of the women who be gassing up all these females' heads. First of all, you got to understand, and probably some of the older cats might get this reference when I say this, but the hosts, these, hang on, excuse me, some of these such and such females who talking shit about black men and whatnot, and about relationships and whatnot. It's like Robin D. Leach's old lifestyle for the rich and famous being presented to the MTV Cribs and demographics. You know what I'm saying? You talking about shit they don't really aspire to because they only understand things from the later. They're out of they're too young to understand this shit. You know what I'm saying? You
Yeah.
presented like this lifestyle for the rich and famous, but they only understand shit from the perspective of MTV Cribs.
Facts. And to me, with that being, time somebody asks you, particularly a black woman, say, "Well, I from marriage and I get left back," because that's what Tia Mowry said. She said she graduated from marriage. When in any event of you, we all know this. I don't have any children, but if you have children, it's if you don't, to raising them and teaching them and mentoring them doesn't stop when they finish high school, right? It keeps going. So to me, like to have this very condescending to ask black men, why are you not married? Like you got women out here saying they graduated from marriage. You gonna ask us why we're not married? Come on, dog.
But then
No,
the
no,
worst part
no,
about
I'm
that
not
is
for.
they'll talk about and try and point out how
Whoa,
insignificant
whoa, whoa,
that
whoa, 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 dude. Wait, line. You're kind of boring.
Morgan.
Is it me?
You, AL, just you, AL.
Oh,
That's
was
not
it
me.
AL or was it me?
No,
I'm good.
I
Okay,
think that was
okay.
me
I'm
for a
good.
second.
Sorry, we're some kind of interference
I already
came my
uncovered.
way.
You know what, Az? I really wouldn't. I'm glad you said that because here's the great gynocracy scheme, and I figured it out. Here's what it is. You're telling men to quote unquote choose better while actively discouraging the women from being the best choices to choose from, while at the same time encouraging the men to being the best men to choose from the worst of women.
Yep.
Basically, you know
So you
what?
want So you
I'm gonna tell
want
you this.
men to work their ass off to be the best, but you're actively discouraging women from doing the same.
Excuse me.
Yeah,
And
man.
It's interesting you
that's
brought
where
up.
it's is. That's the quintessential issue that people have is that you're telling women to be lazy, obnoxious, insufferable, but they supposed to get the best possible choice. Um, fuck all that.
You're not
Wholeheartedly.
entitled to anything, as Patrice O'Neill would say. You're not entitled to anything. You're not entitled to a man's time, his money, or anything like that. But people
No,
forget these things are transactional. All relationships, unfortunately, are transactional.
that's
There's a
fine.
transaction.
That's fine. But like, in order for me to want to, you have to actually be something worth buying. And if I don't see you're worth
Actually,
buying,
we're the
I'm just,
buyers, they're the sellers. Actually, we're the buyers, they're the sellers, as Patrice would say.
that's what I said. You
You
have
got
to
to
be
sell
actually
me
be
something
worth
to buy.
buying. If your product is trash, I don't want it.
Or as a certain cat from our favorite sports show, Snowman in the Morning, would say, trash. You just trash.
You
I shouldn't
gotta.
cross over with that.
I can't pay 2022 prices for a Rolls Royce. 2023 Rolls Royce prices for a 1970 Nova. That's basically what you're telling men to do.
With an 11% interest rate.
Oh, try
By the
20.
way, Chevy Novas are nice though, but I get your point.
Oh, I love a
That's-
Chevy Nova.
Yeah, but he's talking about the Chevy Nova that Axel Foley drove in the original Beverly Hills Cop. You remember
yeah,
how
I know.
fucked up and ragged that shit
I
was?
remember the Chevy. Yeah, I think it was a '69 Chevy Nova I've seen recently. I was look pretty cool, but yeah, I get you. But
It's
now,
like I wish I could get one to fix it up. But should I pay the price to something that's more that is more equipped?
It could have been worse. Imagine if it was the '89 Civic Honda that won Stanley Ipkiss from the Master had stuck in the shop.
I'll go even worse than that. A Chevy Impala that's been used by the police department for 5 years.
mm, you know what Clay was saying is funny because I've caught my mom coming home. I've caught her watching like
Uh-huh.
I've caught her watching Kevin's show, and she's like, yo, like what? She's like, I ain't know black woman with this dense. Like she was watching the one with like not the one about I don't need a cookbook. I showed that one, and she was this weekend. She asked me, she was like, "What the red pill?" She's like, "What's the red pill?" She's like, she keep hearing it in like videos that she's watching and whatnot. And I explained it to her and whatnot, just briefly. She was like, "Damn," she's like, "I didn't know it was that bad." Like, she's like, "I really
Well,
didn't
let
know
me
it was
ask
that
you something. Let me ask you
Yeah,
something, Sam. Has
yeah.
your mom ever watched The Matrix?
bad." Yeah,
Yeah, you gotta let it. So you can understand the red pill from there. That's a reference point, maybe.
I'll tell you what's really
But
bad. You have Cardi B telling bitches, I don't cook, I don't clean, and I still got a ring. But then you have Offset, who got a video of her sweeping.
aha,
I'll one up you better. You got Beyonce talking about who runs the world, but then she come out with a video talking about Jay-Z. You taught me how to be a woman. It's like, yo, to me that's game. That is some pimp game right there, man. That is some pimp game.
You know your clients. You know.
uh, well, you know how big of a pimp he was because, like, remember what happened in the elevator?
Yeah,
Because
Mm-hmm.
and this is what I say about that elevator incident. You got to compare. You got to compare and contrast that to what happened with Ray Rice. Because either way, it's one of those situations where damned if you do, damned if you don't. There's no winning. There's no winning solution out of this one. The only winning move is not to play. So the only thing to do is get yourself out of that elevator and take the fucking stairs. or take a separate elevator in the case of Jay-Z because he's wearing a tux. You don't want to get all sweaty in that tux. You know what I'm saying? That's important. I mean, that's why I learned, like, put it like in the case of Ray Rice, take the fucking stairs. One,
Yeah,
you get the
I just
hell away from the bitch. Two,
With
or
that,
one, like I
with
said,
that
you get
being
the hell.
said, facts.
Can
I
I
mean
break
to
it down?
cut you off. Sorry. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
So, like I said, if he were to take the stairs, one, he gets the hell away from that bitch. Two, he's got time to clear his head and think. Three, if he's going up and down those stairs, it's the best way to stay in shape in the off season. And number four, he knows what he can have time to plot and how to protect a woman. Plus,
Number 5, he would have still had a
more
career.
importantly, yeah, he probably would still have a career. Plus, she ain't.
No.
And plus, you know how black women are about their shoes. She ain't gonna be wasting her time chasing him down a pair of flight of stairs. She'll fuck up his shoes like that. And they were flats from one of his men. And she was drunk as hell.
Ladies and gentlemen, Marcus Aurelius, aka Keep It 100. So what's your thoughts on today's fiasco, Marcus?
Yo, okay, hold on. Let me close this one window. What's going on, people? What's going on? What's going on? What's going on? What's going on? All right, man.
yeah. So
What's up,
What up,
Charles?
fellow New York?
I didn't hear him. What'd he say?
What's up? What's up? What's up?
What's up? What's up? What's
Hey, what's
up?
fellow native New Yorker?
Oh, no doubt, no doubt. What's good, brother?
also native New Yorker myself. What's
No
going on?
doubt, no doubt. So I'm gonna sound off on here with the shit that I wasn't allowed to say over there because I kept getting interrupted by clown niggas. Okay. And that's the energy I'm coming with. So anybody that was over there that is now listening to this stream that feels any, you know, offense to what I'm about to say, then you wear that. You know what I mean? Because what's the point of having a panel if you're going to let only the people that you agree with speak at length? You know? And shout out to Sister George. Shout out to Sister George. You know, and I'm gonna say this respectfully because you know, me and Sister George have no beef. You know what I'm saying? Sister George is cool with me. We've always had a friendly rapport. But this is what I'm gonna say, right? Since this is the red pill space, right? But red pill niggas can't say shit in the red pill space, because our shit is stopwatched. And you got minister, pastor, preacher, reverends that can talk for 2 hours, had the congregation say, wow, all through their speeches. Check this out, man. What we're here for is to inform motherfuckers. That's what we're here for. We're here for information. We ain't here to shame nobody. We ain't make fun of nobody. To be honest, the shaming and the make fun of comes from the outside. And by some people that, align themselves, so-called, quote unquote, with this space, play like they with it, but they not really, right? We're here to inform people. And what the problem is this information is a problem for these people. So us telling, it's funny that when we were on that other stream, Charles, one of the guys said, or I think it was either one of the guys or the female said, most of the people that listen to us in the manosphere, the creators and the people that listen are, middle-aged, 40s, whatever. If that's the case, then why do you care about this message if the younger generation is not listening?
Because they are listening, they're making the choice not to. They're taking the information and they're making, because it's all this is information. What they're reacting to is what men are doing with the information in choosing not to marry or not to engage or just do whatever they want to do.
What I've always found interesting is that happily married motherfuckers have a lot of like pushback and opinions and problems and butthurt for what single men discuss in a single man space. if a bunch of single motherfuckers are on the internet or anywhere else having a conversation about some single man shit, and we amongst ourselves, we not in, hey, women, come to our pages so we can tell you what you need to be like. I don't give a fuck what the bitches are like or what they're not like. If we're here telling young men and men our ages, hey, watch out, that shit could happen to you, just like these women will tell each other, watch out, girl, honey child, girl, watch out, girl, right? They can do that. But the minute we tell men to beware and to protect yourself, it's a problem. Because when these dudes get hit with the chopping block, the first thing motherfuckers say is, well, you should have chose better. You should have vetted. You should have been more careful. And men who are single are disqualified from these conversations about marriage by virtue of being single. That's the stupidest logic I've ever come across.
Actually, it's worse, 100. It's actually they're telling men to shut up about being married, but then getting mad at single men not wanting to be married.
Right.
Hey, keep it 100. Look at the clip I got for you in the back. That's what they want men to do.
Oh, let me look at that. Let me look at that.
They want men to be on point Simpson cucks.
Pretty much.
And here it is. You're talking about that. Well, I'll start with this one. I'll say what I said earlier. Homeboy used really bad analogies, and it showed me how inert his way of thinking was. Do I have a real beef with Sister George? No. But even if I like you and I respect you and your husband,
right,
with my Facebook friends,
right,
as a friend, I'm gonna call you and say you full of shit. That what you did was full of shit.
Absolutely.
And what happens is this: the reason why we tell men not to get married, that's your choice. We give you the facts. Would you go to Vegas and gamble $5,000 and you have only a 20% chance of winning?
Right. And this is what I tell you know, Charles, you know my analogy. I liken it to, would you go in a building where you had an 80% chance to get stabbed in the stomach and a
No.
20% chance, again, your dick sucked by two of the baddest bitches, right? You got a lot of dudes that are going there for that 20%. And you get the 20% guys that'll tell you, you need to do this thing where only 20% of us come out clean. I know a guy who know a guy who know a guy who got married and stayed married for this long, and his wife ain't never cheat on him, and his kids love him, and they split the bills, and they all this great shit, right? Because you know a guy that know a guy that know a guy. When I know 80 guys that got their shit took from them, they don't want to talk about how many men off themselves behind divorce. And that lie that married men live longer, right? That's a lie, because that's another twisted stat. See, there are stats and then there are twisted stats, like, 80% of men over age 40. So you want to purport that men over age 40 represent the entire population of men. And not only that, you also don't want to include that a lot of those men that they're calling fathers are not biological fathers. That's in the stat. That's in the stat.
Yeah, that's included.
That's included. Men who are not biological fathers are part of that 80% over 40. I want everybody that's hearing me talking, next time you hear that, next time these dumb chicks throw that shit in your face on YouTube or Facebook, remind them that some of them daddies over 40 are stepdaddies.
Yep.
Stepdaddies.
I'm not even talking.
Also, some of them kids are not even there. Some of they're under the assumptions that that's their kids too.
And that too.
And didn't even adopt them.
The expression is, excuse me, sorry. The expression is,
go ahead.
The expression, the saying is,
somebody said, excuse me, interrupted. That's new.
Yes, I did say excuse me. I said, the expression is, her baby, his maybe. Her baby, his maybe.
See, there's. Oh, sorry, I didn't know you was continue. I'm sorry, man. I'm hyper, man.
And Mac 100, like what you said about that scenario, about the analogy about the building. Let me raise the stakes up a little bit. regarding the 20% chance that you get your dick sucked. From that 20%, let's just say there's a 90% chance you might get burnt, if you know what I mean.
Right.
Now that's Steiner math for all you wrestling fans over there. The numbers don't lie.
Guess what? Niggas still
No,
walking.
the numbers lie when they want them to.
Oh,
See, what we, and shout out to Kev, Black Men being brutally honest, because we was in the chat acting a fool. The numbers are real when they want them to be real. So when you come up with your stats or your quote unquote stats, because a lot of what these women bring into the conversation ain't even statistics. They're articles. They're things from opinion pieces. They're not studies. You know what I'm saying? The things we're talking about ain't even about you asked a bunch of people how long they were married if they got divorced. Understand in this country that marriage and divorce, the numbers are on record.
yeah.
It's on record. How many people get married and how many people get divorced is recorded. You fucks. It's not, they don't ask opinions or take polls or have a sample size. It's recorded. So how can you argue with that?
Because she can. And here's this idiotic notion that what she tried to say about, but black men are the best fathers, the most involved. I said, this is where the facts get skewed. They will say we're involved, but you got guys who get an hour or 2 hours of custody per week with the child.
Right.
They're not fully involved because, one, she took them to court for some bullshit. Two, because the fucking, just like I told her, wait a minute. What do I do for a profession? I might know something about the court system. One of my father's good friends is a retired magistrate. Okay? A retired judge. There's an innate bias where they did a study where men were getting more time than women for the same amount of crimes, but we're supposed to have equal rights in this country, right?
Right. But nobody complains about that inequality. Nobody says, hey, I deserve more time for the crime me and him did.
Yeah. And nobody ever puts in perspective of, if there's an implicit bias against men, there's 10 times or 100 times the bias against a black man. So when BGS gave you the tender years doctrine and said that, one, the children are not yours, they are wards of the state. And when you go to court, they put them kids out there to say, we tell you who has custody. Why? There have been studies that shown
No, I don't believe
why
that.
you have a single mom epidemic versus a single father. Because women are more vulnerable to the environment than men. Men don't spend money like women do. When you split up the family, houses you need. What's one of the biggest things that people, that cities and states need? They need people renting and buying houses. If you're married, you only need one.
So I wanted to address. Hey, look, pardon me, y'all. I'm jumping in. It might seem like I'm taking over this motherfucker, man, but there's a lot that I didn't get to say over there.
Go ahead.
The clown Gabe, right? And I'm gonna call him a clown.
He's a super clown.
Because he interrupted me twice during my small, they tried to shorten my time speaking. Hey, you're taking too long, Marcus, because you're saying some shit we don't agree with. But wow, when the preacher starts talking, right? Understand that this dude comes in and he interrupts me. He's talking about he says something in the chat relating to the reason why women get custody. Their argument, and I'm not going to put all arguments that happened on that panel on Sister George or Concrete Rose. I know exactly what they said and what they didn't say. And I'm saying this for the benefit of Sister George, just in case she's listening to me talking, because she thinks motherfuckers go hard on her. And she's fair at times, but what happens on your channel will be attributed to you for the most part, right? But I know what you didn't say, Danny. Just understand this argument that, well, they supposed to get the custody because they carried the child, right? Or Gabe's argument that the reason why we give women custody most of the time is because, it's important to the children's development that the women have custody. Now, that may be, true to an extent, but that's a Western idea, because the women for damn sure get pregnant in the East, but the men have custody of those children. See, in a real patriarchy, men are the custodial parent. The custody always reverts to the man in the situation, without regard for the bullshit arguments that Western women and their fucks make. Okay.
Even then, I just want to interject a little bit, Marcus. This is still a new age concept. If you remember, watching The Godfather 2,
right.
And even if you watch Mad Men, the whole concept of women with their children after the divorce, that was a totally new concept. Right. That's why I stayed in the marriage more often.
Interject for a second. Prior to 1960, about late 50s, early 60s, when men and women got divorced, the children went to the man in America. The reason why they did it is because now women were getting incentives to have children. They knew, you do know the United States government studies things, right? I know it's a stretch. Who spends more money? Who's the biggest consumers in our country?
Women.
The women. And who's the largest voting bloc, which is something that I spoke on the other day. The largest consumers and the voting bloc, Charles. You already know.
Women.
Also, listen, I have been scouring the internet ever since I heard that bullshit about men, because I keep hearing about men living longer in marriages. I haven't found a damn thing on statistics. All I'm finding is articles talking about surveys, but not really citing their sources, because they'll put a link talking about it, but I hit the link and it's another damn article talking about it. No surveys, just no data, no statistica.com, nothing. Just a bunch of hearsay.
I'll say this, then I'm gonna give the floor back to Marcus. I'll go on a limb that when men are not married, exercising, less stress,
right,
much more fulfilled, having plenty of sex, making money,
more contentment,
more content, are living longer because they don't have to deal with the day-to-day stress of somebody nagging the shit. Do you know why Pop fucking died early? Because he wanted to get the fuck away from grandma.
Right. Or he died. I'm sorry, go ahead.
He was stressed the fuck out. Think about this.
Right.
The men of yesteryear and the year after that were working so fucking hard that a lot of them had the fucking brains and hearts of somebody twice their age.
I mean, it's real simple. We work harder than they do.
Which brings us to the next point. And before I get to that next point, I will give any of them motherfuckers, any of them, you know what I'm saying? And one of the guys looks like he's in pretty good shape. The guy that was on camera. He looks like he's in pretty good shape. I will post my blood pressure, like all my vitals, right? All my vitals and compare them to anybody that was on that panel that's married. And I bet you my numbers will murder theirs in terms of blood pressure, blood sugar, all of those things. You know what I'm saying? Body mass index, all of those shit, all of those numbers. If married men are to be pushed as these healthy guys, there's a reason why this shit is called a dad bod. If you have a dad bod, what's the first thing that comes to your mind? The first image that comes to your mind when you say dad bod?
Doting husband.
Seth Rogen. Any dude with a pop belly.
So you telling me motherfuckers with dad bods live longer? So let's go to the next issue that Right. Let's go to the next point with Charles just start. He just kind of segued us into talking about granddaddy works so fucking hard. This idea that married men make more money. Understand this, man. You got to, motherfucker.
Yeah, you have to. And plus, if the wife is working, no shit.
You got to. If the wife is not working, let's say you Mr. I'm a real man. As a man, I'm supposed to pay all the bills. You're gonna be working 16 to 18 to 20 hours. You ain't never gonna be home.
Never.
And yeah, your check will look crazy, but it ain't yours. It ain't your money, my nigga. So on paper, you look like you making more money than these motherfuckers because you might be working more hours. And to be honest, you could be getting less an hour, but take home more money because you're pulling in more hours than the person that's unmarried and don't have kids.
That's why it's called household income.
Right, but you don't keep that shit, bro. And this is what I had to tell a couple of clowns that was arguing this shit on YouTube some time ago. Charles, you know who I'm talking about. Your ass ain't never home. So you always moving, you eating fucked up because you working to take care of that family and pay for that house and pay for those cars. And then you on, Ayanna Van Zant with a beer can in your hand talking about you a real man and your woman don't contribute. And then you ain't shit as a father. Your wife with the milkman or the paper boy because you ain't never there. Your kids don't know you, right? And then you croak at fucking 48. Mm-hmm. This is the typical shit that motherfuckers want to do, and then your house that you pay for become Big Mama house.
Yep, more worse. It's worse. I was just watching this movie too. It's a throwback movie. It's called War of the Roses with Michael Douglas.
Oh yeah.
And I just watched. This is the first time I actually sat and watched that movie as a grown man. I was like, "Are you fucking kidding me?"
Yeah, bro.
Like this man bust his ass to become partner. Mm-hmm. Got you the house. Well, she talking about I picked the house. So I'm like, but who? But like at the end of the day, he paid for it. You weren't getting the house without him making partner.
Right.
You weren't getting that house without him grinding his ass off. Like you was about to get that house by yourself. But I watched that whole movie. I'm like, this is that bullshit. And she's pretty much out of nowhere. And the cold part is the entire time, even after all the bullshit she was pulling, he was still like, yo, I think we should still be able to try and work this out. Even after all the shit he pulled, he's still trying to work it out with this broad. I was like, man, listen, just let it. I was getting mad at him. I'm like, listen, man, just let it go.
Yo, check this out, man.
Well, Crawford is right.
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
To sum it up, so I can, we can open up and rotate this panel again. I'm gonna say this: the amount of gaslighting that was taking effect on that panel was ridiculous. So you're gonna tell us, ignore your eyes and ears, ignore the statistics that are very well known across races, across demographics, all of that, right? Because everybody's making it about, this conspiracy against the black family and black marriage, and all these stats are, just made up to stop or scare black men out of marrying black women, when this is really about black women's inability to interracially marry and date out. That's what this shit is really about.
Because they do, or even because I heard that back and forth, and I'm sitting there, I'm like, y'all sitting here charging us men with all this bullshit. Why aren't y'all getting on women about actually being marriage material?
They can't do that because again, the black culture deifies the black woman and the thug nigga. Okay, you can't talk no shit about neither one of these motherfuckers. You can't talk about thug niggas. You can't talk about black women. These are the gods of the community, and they worship each other, and they are worshipped.
But that's why their whole argument is
bullshit. One person to complete the trilogy, the Black Pastor. Shout out to David Carroll, but continue.
Right.
But that's what
go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
But that's what makes the whole argument bullshit, because all they're saying is all this bullshit. I'm like, all this, but you still can't cultivate an actual community full of women that are actually marriage material. So
not only that, go ahead. not only that, the people who are coming at us for speaking this message, what I don't understand is why don't they save the community? Why do they need you and you and you and you to help them save the community? The women are not offering a deal, and this is what I tell guys in the space all the time. There's no negotiations happening. A negotiation is two sides negotiating, right? There's no negotiation happening here. There's no table. None of that shit exists. The thing is this: at the end of the day, man, you know, those are the two figures in Black culture and in the Black community that are revered. If you're not them, then you don't have a space. You don't have a say, and you're fodder. You're here to serve. You're here to serve their purpose. There was another point I kind of got off my point. I'm trying to remember what I was gonna say to close this out because I got knocked off of my train of thought. But the point is, you know, in that conversation, there's a lot of gaslighting going on. Like, we're supposed to ignore everything that we know and see what's happening inside the Black community and outside of it about marriage.
That's all it comes down to.
Right, because you got somebody who's a guy who knows a guy who knows a guy who knows a guy who you don't know under what circumstances he's keeping his marriage together.
Nope.
I know guys, just like you know guys, who are going through terrible shit in their households just to keep that shit together.
Yep.
And guys who know, you all know guys, and I know guys who either been married once or twice or been divorced.
That's another thing too that gets me about that entire conversation. They're talking like there's no possible way we don't know other men or grew up with other men who are currently married and going through bullshit.
Right.
Like that's not a possibility at all.
Right.
Friends with
you gonna believe me or your lying eyes?
For real.
Your lying nigga lips up, boy. And
right, because if you haven't been married yourself,
I have.
Then no, just their argument. If you haven't been married yourself, then you don't have a place in the conversation. But again, I'm confused as then why are you talking to single men about single shit?
Exactly.
I'm not leaving.
You know,
that's bullshit.
You know me, and I always make the equivalency of this. I've never been shot by a gun. I don't want to be shot by a gun. But I have enough experience through other people to know that's something I not want to experience.
Yeah.
Never hear guys be like, you know, this marriage shit, you gotta try this shit, nigga.
Right.
I have two friends who are married, their second marriage, and this was before they were 40.
Right.
Okay.
And they called hell their first marriages.
Ouch.
Hell. And I mean, you don't, God forbid there's some economic troubles in your household. God forbid there are some issues. God forbid that.
Mm-hmm.
Because it changes the dynamics of everything. Especially if she has to be the bread maker if you lose your job.
But it's a damn you do, damn you don't. Because even if there isn't financial troubles, if say she gets to be the lucky like of the 20% of stay-at-home women, that means you ain't never home. As what keep 100. Sooner or later that becomes a problem because you're never home.
Right.
Because she's quote unquote lonely.
Yeah.
Right. That'll be your fault. Her cheating on you, her actions will be your fault. You made her do this to you.
Yeah, either way.
Bullshit.
Yeah, but this entire conversation was I listened to that conversation. I'm like, y'all really don't have any solutions. And here's the cold part: y'all really don't have any. All you have is shame. That's all you have. You're not providing any incentives. You don't even have a slew of women who are actually marriage material. All this is a nigga do it anyway.
Right. Alpha your way through it. Alpha your way through it.
By the way,
you're going to hissy fit that men are saying no.
I'm going to come up with a book called Alpha Your Way to an Early Grave.
That's all
I
this
don't.
is.
I
By
hope
the way,
you're right.
Lion.
I hope you're right.
Hold
That
up, hold up,
dude.
hold up.
Yo, all the men
Lion.
who go ahead, bro.
Sorry, Lion. When you mentioned War of the Roses, you forgot one thing besides them for the husband and wife arguing with each other. Michael Douglas and Kathleen Turner.
Yeah.
You're forgetting
Mm.
something. What did she do to the kids? Because what happened to them is they grew up obese because she
Oh yeah,
spoiled
she
them.
was feeding them candy out the ass. Yeah, I saw that.
Oh, wow.
And
Yeah,
the
I saw
husband
And
that.
look what
mentioned that.
happened.
He
Like
was like, "You sure you want to be giving them all that damn candy?"
they won't get
I
bloated.
will say this. I will say this. This is my second marriage, and I got eternally lucky to
No,
find.
motherfucker.
I got eternally lucky to find the woman that I found, and to have her find me. Because I hear some of these conversations online about marriage, about who should get married, who shouldn't get married. And I've gotten so many questions about why am I doing this? Why am I moving so fast? Look, there is such a thing that there is such a thing and there is meaning to the phrase when you know, you know. When I found Jody and she me, I knew, period. I knew it. There are a lot of guys that don't get as lucky and as blessed as I. I understand that. I can
Most
only
guys.
speak from my
No, the majority. And congratulations that you did find your wife.
Right.
But that's
Congratulations.
another thing that doesn't get said here.
Thank you.
We
Thank
had like married men who do get married. We act like we shit on them. No, congratulations, happy for you.
Right.
And
That's what I said.
that's a lot. That's another thing that people don't get. When I tell them I'm married and I have them meet my wife, they smile. Men smile at me. You guys smile at me, going, "Hey, you found a great one."
Right.
You know why you found a great one? Because your wife brought value to your life. As a matter of fact, your wife saved your life.
Twice.
Mm-hmm.
I
No,
will
you
always
Was it
never
3 times?
had so-called
I,
miracles. What value does your wife give to you?
if it were not for Jody, first of all, finding me in 2018 and me hearing her
Okay.
voice and her giggle when I was calling a football game, I can honestly tell you I wouldn't be here. And the same damn sure is true 4 years later when she was helping me with her emotional support kick cancer in the ass.
Uh-huh.
You
Don't
know,
forget the blood
it,
clots too. Don't
I
forget
Yeah,
the blood clots.
hate to cut through because what you said was very important. Remember on Kevin's show when a chick complained about her husband and
mm-hmm.
left him, by the way, when he was
When he had
going
cancer,
through cancer,
I
Oh
remember that.
yeah.
I
and
Yeah,
she
remember that.
and she
I remember
complained
that.
about his mood swings and left him
I remember that. I
and wanted
remember
a new husband. And Kevin said, which rightfully so, no man should pick you. You left a man when he could have died,
Mm-hmm.
and
that.
you complained about his mood swings.
Cursed him.
You know
Cursed
that,
her.
and a lot of people don't know this. That a lot of that shit hit Kevin hard because he was a cancer survivor,
Yeah, yeah. I didn't know that until later. I didn't.
Hodgkin's lymphoma.
and you got to think about it. When you see somebody who's going through some shit like that, shit gets real. Only two times I think shit gets real: in a time of war or in a time of sickness.
Yep.
Yeah.
Mm.
And
Yep. And
you could go any
and,
slip up, any fuck up, you could go.
and
But
people wonder why I speak so much about Jody. Ups, downs, ins, outs, good, bad, any and everything. She's with me and I'm with her. And I called my friend Darrell when I was living in Michigan City. I made 2 calls after I met Jody. The first one was to my buddy Darrell in Virginia. The second one was to Charles. And the first subject I brought up when I called both those gentlemen was Jody. And my sentence was the same to both of them. I think I finally found the one.
So
you did a
let me
dang good
address that.
job, man.
I look. I said it yesterday. First of all, I've never. I can't speak for anyone else, but I've never heard it expressed in this space that marriage in and of itself makes a man a simp. I don't think anybody's expressed that in that language. I've never heard like, oh, if you're married, that means you're a simp. So let it
Who
go
the
on
hell
record that
told that lie?
No one
I'm sorry.
says that shit. That's
Right.
bullshit. No
That's
one.
all I hear.
Right. Let the I just want to clarify some things, and let's get some things on record on this stream so
Right.
that we can go back to it if anybody say some dumb shit, right? So
Mhm.
marriage in and of itself does not make you a simp. Okay? That's
Nope.
not how that works. It's not that simple. The other
Right.
thing is we don't make fun of married men. Okay, we don't make fun of married men. Now, if married men come talking shit about, oh, you ain't married and you this, you red pill and you angry and you ain't getting no pussy, blah blah blah, then whatever's going on in your marriage that can be pointed to as, you know, some of the shit we talking about, yeah, we
Yep.
gonna point that shit out, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
And
For the most part,
we should. As
I
well we should.
I think for the most part, what this space is, right? You know, you got red pill guys, you got quote unquote purple pill guys, and you got blue pill guys. And I'm gonna go back and say this also. Marriage is not a red pill concept. It's not. Now you can be red pill aware and decide, you know what, I want to get married and have a relationship and everything like that. Being called blue pill is not an insult. It's just a first of all, the description, blue pill or red pill, is about ideologies. It's about how you choose to view things and live your life. So when Dickhead was telling me, oh, it's an insult, motherfucker, you're in your feelings about being called blue pill. That shit ain't got nothing to do with me, but that's how I see you, and that's how I label you. And I'm talking about Gabe, right? In that other stream. Yeah, so marriage, at least how it goes down in the Western world in this day and age, is a blue pill concept, because like Charles said earlier, marriage and religion are not even the same thing. And thank you for saying that, Charles, because you know I hate when these chicks jump in and they talk about the Bible and God and marriage and yada yada yada, and they
And they
like to
have no
leave out of
idea
religion all the things that they're supposed to do,
they're
you
supposed
know,
to do.
in
And they have no
Christianity as a
idea.
wife.
They have
My
no
only
idea.
thing is,
Let me say something real quick. Right
What's
now,
up?
marriage is not the problem. Period. Marriage is
No.
not.
no, divorce is the problem.
Snowman, no,
Right.
none of that is the problem either. Period. Snowman just gave a perfect example with him and his wife. It's not marriage. It's the people. Period. That's behind
Yeah.
it. The people. People marry toxic people. People deal with toxic people.
No,
You don't have an identity about yourself where you're supposed to have things about yourself in life.
no,
You're gonna attract toxic
go ahead.
people.
I'm gonna say
And then
this.
I'm
Then
not happy to see
It's
all
more
that.
than that. It's
I'm
more
gonna
than
say
that.
No,
this.
it's
Then I'm gonna
plain
give
and
it back
simple.
to
It's no more than that. It's plain and simple.
No,
You
no.
have to
Let me tell you. Let me tell you why.
Hold on,
Hold
hold on,
on,
hold on,
guys.
hold
Hold
on,
on, guys.
hold
One
on,
at
hold
a
on for a second. Hold on for a
time.
second. See, we like order over here because we're men. Sorry, let me stop that. But no, I'm gonna say this real quick. Then I'm gonna give it back to I'm gonna give it back to Marcus. Then Mel's gonna have the floor.
No,
I'm
no,
gonna
no.
say this.
Let Mel finish his point. I don't want to
Okay,
interrupt.
I'm gonna just say this real quick. I'm gonna give it back to Mel. Um, when she pulled that Christian marriage shit, number
Mhm.
one, if you look at statistics, right, marriage has been around thousands of years before anything overtly was called Christianity.
Right.
Okay, because if you go back to ancient Kemet, which predates it about 5 to 10,000 years, depending on what calendar you're using, marriage was already there.
Right.
Marriage was never about love.
No.
Yeah, another thing I want to say though is like red pills.
Hold on for 1 second.
I'm my
But
bad. Go ahead, Charles.
here's another thing. When it comes about marriage, let's look at this. Marriage was never about love, and the only thing romantic is when they found out that Hallmark and fucking diamonds can be sold for it.
Mhm.
Let's look even better. When you look at the statistics of who stays longer, actually, if you want to talk about Muslims, stay married longer than Christians, and even longer than that, from people from the old country who are arranged to be married. I had an officer, fellow officer, who's Chinese, speaks Mandarin and all. Him and his wife were arranged marriage. They've been together for 25 years.
Beautiful.
I'll go back to Mel.
But I wanted to just point this out real quick. The thing about what they say red pill is not an ideology, it's a praxology. It's a study of human behavior. Well, the things and the stats we speak of is empirical. What we use as empiricism is to support the things that we speak on in this red pill diaspora.
Yeah,
But it's really,
I don't disagree with that. You don't think it will fall under the fall under both of those terms?
not ideology. I don't think so. I think what we use, I think it's we are going off the human behavior of what's going on today and making the choice. And then what we use is empiricism. When we look at the stats and the data that support it, that's empirical data.
But I don't think red pill is limited to just human behavior. It's more than that.
Red pill is more of the four aspects of the human being in the way it's meant to be, instead of being told how it's going to be.
Yeah, the four behavioral traits:
physical, the spiritual, the emotional, and the mental.
No, I agree with that, but I think there's more to it than that.
Yeah,
Mel,
it's pretty esoteric if you think about it. It's fucking esoteric, because if you think about esoteric scriptures, it means basically practical. Take all the fluff out and it's practical. But go ahead, Mel.
Yeah, Mel, just you remember your point, Mel?
Yeah, you about to say something? Yeah, about
No. I was just gonna bring it because I remember what you were talking about. But if you don't need me to remind you, then go ahead.
Yeah, like I was saying, like here's the thing: I don't live my life in shades of gray. I live my life just plain simple, black, white, 1, 2, A, B. Because that's how life really is. When we make it that way, it starts over with you. You have a specific way how you want to run your life. You enforce that in you. Mm-hmm. And then when you do find something important, Snowman got that. He had run his life to run a certain specific way, plain simple, and that's why he got the wife that he had. Because when she saw that he runs his life a certain way, she followed it and by his programming. That's why their marriage work. Most men don't do that. They don't force that as much as we think they do. That's why we have to hold them so much about.
It's definitely It's not that simple, because
it is
understand.
That simple. You no, my point.
So let me
problem right there. You keep worrying about things in shades of gray and everything.
No. You misunderstand me.
I'm not misunderstanding it. Oh, go ahead.
So let me tell you why it's bigger than just, because what you were saying before. You said, marriage is not the problem. It's people. It's toxic people. Now, to an extent, yeah, but it's bigger than that. You have to understand that in this country, right, or at least in this culture, Western culture, because it's bigger. The Western culture is bigger than America. Mm-hmm. Women are allowed to exercise behaviors that in other societies they are not. So it's not just about toxic people. It's about laws and social norms that allow people to behave in a way, and get away with certain things, and get away with murder to a certain extent. It's like the phrase "absolute power corrupts absolutely." So what you're doing is
here's my pushback. Why are you dealing with people that's not abiding by your program? Why are you still dealing with women?
No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is you can get. Hold on. What I'm telling you is, it's like Snowman said. Snowman is very lucky, because what we're dealing.
I would call that luck with Snowman.
No, what we're dealing with, the funny thing is, he said he's very lucky, right? I told my boy, I was in Miami last week, mm-hmm. and I was at my boy's crib, him and his girl. And he asked his girl, "You think because we were debating about these red pill topics," and he said, "You think our relationship survives off of luck?" I said, "No, bro, you're getting me wrong." I said, "You're lucky to have someone that is willing to do the work to make a relationship successful." Understand that most of these women, they abuse the power that's given to them, not necessarily on day one. So you can meet a chick and everything could be love early in the game, and later she realizes she don't want to be there no more, and she will use everything that is given to her and empowering her in this country and in this culture to either leave that relationship and take as much as she can and will with her out of that relationship with you.
But see, most of those signs already show even in the beginning stages.
Not all the time, bro.
Yes, it does.
No, I disagree.
Most of the time, us men ignored it.
I disagree. No, I agree with I agree with you that men and women ignore signs, early signs, because I see guys and I see women
Yeah.
dealing with people who are obviously bad choices. But let's not.
Exactly. If
But
they already knew about it, and in some cases they was warned about it. Even you warned them about it, and they still deal with them and everything.
no, I agree.
They
I
should be
agree
mad
with
at
that.
themselves for
But
what
we
the
can't
outcome
say
that
that's
went another
everybody.
way. That technically is everybody.
No, it's
Most
not.
percentage people. Yes, it
Not
is.
you're making an absolute argument, fam. I can't agree
No,
with you.
that's what it is, dude. Yeah, like
You're
it
saying everybody. No, not everything is everybody,
No,
bro.
Snowman, let me answer your question because he said yours about luck. I don't believe it's luck.
I'm here.
I just like how I was telling you earlier. If she turned out to be the opposite of what you wanted, what would you do? You still want to
I'd
work
walk.
it out to
I'd
change up,
walk
or
off, and
what?
I'll tell you exactly what I do because I've had to go through this twice. I haven't been married 3 times, but I've been married twice, and the relationship before I met my wife was very, very abusive. What I would do and change is that I'd walk off and not look back
Bingo.
because, and all spades just said it. Some of the signs that we look for don't appear initially.
Right.
I did not think that the woman I was seeing before I met Dr. K would be as abusive as she was.
Right.
And she, all right,
But
let me
did they
let me
appear after you got married or
let me
before?
expand on this subject because I don't talk about this relationship often, but I think it's time I do, and it's time I make a chapter out of this in my series that'll be coming out more often, Diary of a Mad Snowman.
Nice title.
Thank you, Charles Faulkner. Thank Charles Faulkner for the title. When I was within that relationship, and this was 2015, I was living in LaPorte, Indiana. I had a lot of friends. I had a lot of broadcast buddies. You know, she nearly turned every one of them against me.
And this was before you got married, right?
This is 3 years before I got married. 4 years before I got
Not
married.
the present wife, but the one you talking about. You said you married.
Right. The one
Or
that
y'all that
abused,
one after you got married.
the one that abused me before I met Dr. K.
Yeah.
She nearly turned every one of my broadcast buddies against me by using one thing: lies. She spread lies all throughout LaPorte County, and were it not for God, I'm going to break down. Excuse me. Were it not for the people coming to me and saying, "Did this happen?" and me vehemently denying it, and not only the fact that she turned my now late best friend against me, I had nowhere to go. I didn't know what to do. At that point, I nearly ended my life because I didn't think I had anybody.
Mm-hmm.
I
And
didn't think
this was multiple times before you finally put your foot down, brother.
this would. I
Or after the
finally
first
had.
time.
Yes, yes, I tried several times before to put my foot down, but each and every time she wore down my defenses. And gentlemen, let me say this aloud and let me admit this aloud. I allowed it to happen for her to wear my defenses down.
See?
I allowed it to happen. And I didn't
That's
realize it until I got far away from that relationship. I didn't realize what was going on. It took someone outside of my community that I was living in for me to see what the hell was going on. And
that's the point. That's the point I was trying to make right now. Like it happens multiple times before you finally put down. Instead of
No,
after the first time,
nobody's
instead after the
disagreeing with
first
that.
time that
The only
happens.
part, Mel, the only part I
I've
differ.
been there. I've been there. I've dealt with women I gave multiple chances to, which I should never
We've
did.
all been there. What I'm
Exactly.
We've all been there.
That's
Mel,
Hold
what I'm saying to you.
hold it. That's why
hold on, Mal. Let him get his part in, then you get his rebuttal.
Mel, the only part that I differ with you, the only part, because what you're saying is facts up until a certain point. Is facts up until a certain point. I will agree with you that a lot of men, and let's keep it to men for a second. A lot of men ignore the signs that they should not be dealing with a female.
Yep.
Okay, a lot. Okay, so I want you to understand that I'm not sitting here and saying that dudes don't be walking into situations all eyes open, ignoring a lot of. Let's also get this: a lot of these simp dudes that we argue with are abuse victims.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
But
A
I
lot
also
of
want
these,
to
Stockholm
say,
syndrome.
but
a
also
lot of
keep
these
in,
Wait
dudes.
a minute. Can you say that again for the niggas in the back who didn't hear
Say it for the folks in the say it for the folks in the cheap seat set.
Right.
Let me go in Charles's territory at the old Baltimore Arena / Capitol Center in Landover, Maryland. Please say that again.
A lot of these simp dudes that come at our channels, troll us, get on these women's channels, defend marriage, preach that bullshit, are going through the worst kinds of disrespect, abuses, and everything else in real time in their marriages while they're going at it with us. That's why they got so much time to fuck with us. You would think that
Shout out to Will Smith.
anybody that's happily married would not have time to fuck with us on the internet.
Exactly.
yeah. But
Exactly.
another thing is,
Yeah, but
another thing I want to point out too,
that's why I
though.
say, Marcus, pay attention to how they talk and everything. Every marriage is not run the same way.
No,
Mhm.
absolutely not.
No, absolutely not. No.
But
But another thing that doesn't get back.
You're right, Marcus. Yeah, pay
But
attention to depending on how they run. They in a
before you
marriage that's very dysfunctional, and most likely they being run by their woman.
But
yeah.
Lion, hold that thought. I just want to say this because I was trying to say it to Mel. The only part that me and you differ on is that every single marriage that ends in a divorce is a man ignoring the signs. That's not true.
No, that's not true.
No, that's not
Yeah.
true. You got
Right.
look, you got women. Everybody on this panel and in this chat is not the same person they was 10 years ago.
Exactly. But here's another thing. And
But
here's
how we
another,
learned not to be the same person 10 years ago.
but
We learned
but
from
here's
our
another
mistakes.
thing that
Because
doesn't
people
get
grow, people change, people
yes.
have
Yeah,
different.
and even the mistakes that also grow
Right,
us.
and sometimes you listen.
I have
With
to learn
the
from my
problem,
mistakes.
that I have with marriage as a concept is it's forever, and people aren't forever.
Yeah.
Right. So if you change and your feelings change about a person or a situation, now you're different in this forever confinement box, right? The
Mhm.
only problem is
Mhm.
when men arrive at this place, they get penalized and women are free to go with incentives and benefits. And that's
Which
the
is
problem.
wrong.
That's
Right.
also
And that's
part
the
of the
problem.
problem.
And they could
Wrong.
do exactly. And they could do all types of, they have the power to do all types of foul shit to you. And when
Mhm.
you give people these powers and incentives, they tend to abuse them. So it's not just about someone being, toxic. I'm not saying that it isn't about toxic people, but it's also about taking people and giving them to put the potential to be toxic by
Mhm.
abusing these powers given. That's
It's
all
also
I'm saying.
and it's
Yeah.
also because
That's why you learn the certain advantages that you will have over that person if that happens to you. Okay,
but
leave
this
that
is why we say
when he
but
divorced
when
his wife, she didn't get nothing. Why? Because he put the money in his mother's name. He learned the laws. We explain this online all the time.
That's not most people, bro.
that's not most, but it's not most people. And here's the
But you
thing.
can still take that concept and teach it to others.
No, but that's not
it's
always
up to the person to apply it in
no,
their
but
life.
that doesn't
You
always
cannot have
work.
control if that person.
Yeah, hold up.
The thing about
No,
that
one
doesn't
at
work.
a time.
If the
One
person
at a
doesn't
Wait,
time.
line.
Why
Fall
get
back.
married
Line,
if you
fall
got to
back.
do all this shit?
If the person,
No.
if the
Yeah,
person
wait
don't
up,
want to take the advice,
fellas, hold up a minute. No,
That doesn't
you good?
always work. But what I'm
Yo,
saying is
line, hold up a minute.
doesn't work.
Line, please, fellas, please, line. Let me talk to Mel for a minute here.
Go ahead, bro.
Sorry about that.
Charles.
Go ahead, Charles.
Hey,
Sorry about
Charles.
that.
I thought Charles trying to
Mel,
talk, but he's Morgan.
Hold
yeah,
on,
Charles,
hold
I'm
on, hold
sorry,
on,
Charles.
hold on. I gotta teach people how to do panels now. We can't go. We gotta act civilized.
Right.
So, okay, we're gonna give Namer. Then who else wants after Namer?
I got after Namer because there's a point I want to make because
Okay,
Mel
cool.
brought about that dude. Hold up, but yeah, go ahead, Namer.
Mel, first of all, I hear you what you're saying, fam. But it seems like you're not hearing what we're saying. And it ain't nobody trying to attack you. Oh, you know what I'm saying? So and honestly, sometimes you can get frustrated. But we ain't jumping on you, man. You know you my boy, right? You know we cool, right?
Yeah. We
No?
are.
Yeah.
I know, bro. I know. I know. Sometimes, you get frustrated, and shit gets. We go completely left. Ain't nobody fault, but it is what it is. I'm just saying,
Yeah.
just chill sometimes. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Wait.
okay.
How many of y'all are New Yorkers here? How many of y'all are New
Yeah,
Yorkers, first of all?
yeah. That's
Brooklyn,
like
How many of
Me
y'all are New Yorkers?
also.
Brooklyn,
Rep your borough, first of all. Rep your
Brooklyn,
borough.
yeah. I ain't
Brooklyn,
Queens,
repping my bro, the Bronx.
Queens.
Yeah. See,
Brooklyn.
Queens, Brooklyn, Bronx.
Who's from
Good.
Queens?
The best trios.
Who said from Queens?
Lion
Yeah.
917.
Oh,
Queens.
Lion is
Lion.
from Queens.
Uh,
Marcus from Brooklyn.
718, baby.
Yeah.
we
Yeah,
both
but
718.
I've
but
been to
the thing
Brooklyn
about
once, but that was a long time ago.
But the thing about the dude that put everything in his mother's name, I heard a breakdown from divorce lawyers, and it wasn't the lead attorney. That's not always going to work because because a smart divorce lawyer is going to investigate her and be like, well, how did you get all this income? Where did you get it? And we'll find a way to tie it back to her. So it goes back to divorce. So if you got divorce laws, and
She
you got
cannot sue the mother for money because she
that's
didn't
not
marry the
that's
mother.
not suing because what they have to do is, well, how were you able to establish income? How are you able to live how you live? It goes back to the
Exactly. There's
law.
tax laws behind that also too.
Right,
But
but Mel, let
And
me
that's
ask
what
you
he
something.
did. He knew about the
Mel,
tax laws, corporations. Hold
let
it.
me
He
let
knew
me
about
ask you something. If
corporations and stuff like that, LLCs, when he put stuff in certain names. They talk about this also too online
no,
also
we
too.
get that, but let me ask you something because the argument before was it's
But I
not
was just using
about.
that one as an example and stuff like that
No,
also
no,
too.
I got you, but there's a point you're making here that I got to challenge, right? You're now before you were making the point that if you're luck, it's not about luck, it's about making sure that this person is this and this and this and this and this. But now you're saying what a man must do to protect himself just in case that person ain't what you thought, which is our point. Do
the
you
That's
first
what
thing
I'm
understand?
he
trying
has
to
to
make.
do
Y'all
it.
be butting on me again. I'll use the soccer player as an example because we
No,
give information.
I
Hold it
get it.
before you interrupt me. Let me talk. Let me talk. We give information on this every day online, even different aspects of YouTube and everything. There's still information how to prepare yourself when dealing in a relationship. Now
Absolutely.
we can give the information what we want, but it's up to the people to take it and apply it to their lives. If they
Absolutely.
don't take it and still turn out left, that's not our fault. That's not your
Absolutely.
fault. That's not my
Absolutely.
fault. That's their own fault.
But the
Because we
entire
give the
point
That
information
is
that
right there.
that's
We give it
that's
from
not what I
other
was
people
pushing
that
that,
back
have
on.
experiences also too in this mess that have been through it.
No,
but that's
everything
not
you're saying, I
We all
agree
give
with, but that
game
wasn't
our way to information of
we
different
we weren't
aspects of different people. And
but
it's
the
up to the
point
person to apply it.
we
If
weren't
they don't
debating
apply
that,
it,
bro.
they get
Everything
but
cut.
you're saying
that's
makes
not
sense.
the debate. But that's not the debate. The question we're asking is, why do you have to do all that? Why would
Right.
you have to do all that? So I have to sign this contract, and then I have to go ahead and backpedal to protect my stuff, and just in case things with this contract fall through. Why do you have to do all that? What's the point of signing a contract when you have to go back and do other shit so in case shit falls through
Right.
with
You
this
gotta
current
hide shit in your
contract?
mama name and then this name and then your baby name and all that shit. The reason the
Okay,
reason
like
why.
you said yourself, if she changed her mind, don't want to be married to you no more and take most of your stuff, depending on what state
Okay.
you live
So
in,
that's the
then you gonna
point
wish
that
you
we
did all that stuff, right?
but
So
that's
you
the
can just
point.
take all the
Right.
money. That's the
Right.
But if
That's
point.
you
the
have to
point we're
do all
making.
that, what's the point
You
of
might
signing
not
a
like
contract?
it. Yes, I understand. You might not like it, but this is how life is. You might have to prepare yourself even a little bit more than the other
No, we
one
get it,
person.
but what you're saying, you're kind of making our point now. You were making a different point before. It was more about, you know, uh picking the right one and people ignoring the signs and things of that nature. And
Yeah, that's that aspect of it. Now I'm telling
right,
you another
but
aspect also
you
too.
you
Just in
made
case,
that
just
a
like I was
hundred.
kind of making your point a little bit also too. Because
No, I
like you said,
get it. I
life
get it.
isn't fair. Life isn't fair. I understand that. This is why you gotta take extra measures to prepare yourself also too.
No, absolutely. So basically, me and
So
you
I
are on
don't.
the
I'm
same
just
page.
yeah,
No
exactly.
matter
Yeah,
how the
you might be a little bit different, maybe saying it differently,
right.
but
So
I still understand what you're saying. I do agree
right.
with
So
it.
to summarize, no matter how great you think that woman is,
Mm-hmm.
hide some shit in your mama name. or some other strategy.
That's
That
one of the aspects. Yeah, different aspect to protect yourself, your aspect.
I'm with you, bro. I'm
Cause
with
yeah,
you.
because like I said, yeah,
I'm with
as you
you.
said, you're right. Definitely, things change in life. You never know. So
I'm
you know
with
what?
you.
The information's out there by a lot of other people that been through it and see the other side. That you know what? I can still succeed in life, move on, and not give this woman most of my stuff that I work hard for. And I'll just break it down more simple terms. If before y'all get married, if she don't want to sign a prenup, don't get married to her. Plain
Not,
simple.
well, prenups ain't gonna really do what they once did. Like prenups
Well,
ain't
yeah,
really
I
again.
agree with you on that because there's another aspect to that also too, and I heard it from a divorce lawyer also too online. One aspect is even when she signs the prenup, you gotta update it also too while you're married because life
Let me tell you
changes.
let me tell
And
you
even they
something.
say too, you gotta pay to update it. Yeah, they don't do
Let me
that.
tell
Most
you
people
let me
don't do
tell y'all brother something, right? Everybody on the panel, everybody in the chat. Marriage is like the
All right.
it is artificially intelligent. Every time we come up with some shit to protect ourselves, it updates to knock that shit out the box. Okay, marriage is artificial intelligence. It's AI, motherfucker. Every time you come up
It's an
with a
arms
high
race.
shit in your mama
It's an
name, or
arms
you
race, nigga.
right that shit, you know, you chop an arm off, that shit grows back 2 arms.
But then
That's
you
the
gotta
that's
get.
right.
But
That's what marriage is.
that's where divorce lawyers come in because they're paid to be skilled in finding those loopholes.
Right, to get around all that armor that you think is going to protect you. That the divorce lawyer is the knife that's going to get in the seams of your bulletproof vest.
Well, tell these lawyers get
Hey,
paid
yo,
regardless of
for
lose
real,
anyway. Because that's all they care about is your
yo,
money.
for
They
real.
don't care about the situation. They just care about getting your money. That's what it's really about with lawyers, even divorce lawyers. They win or lose, they still getting paid. While them winning, that just gave
I
more
hear you.
business on their side behind that.
Listen, what's the
All right,
matter?
all
Why
right.
not a partnership? Like, you know, one of those contracts where, you know, you got a partnership with your spouse. If they want some sort of guarantee that, you know, after being with you for years, if you fall off the edge of a cliff or crash in a plane, you know, they'll be good. Like, instead of marriage, some sort of agreement, written agreement between you and a woman. What's
You
wrong
can
with
do that.
that?
You can do that.
Not you, Mel. This is a general
No,
question.
no, I'm saying, yeah. Like I said, you can actually do that.
Right. You know, this
Yeah.
idea, yeah, because you know,
That's
this
Yeah, it's
this
called the power of
non-state
attorney.
marriage you're talking about. Non-state marriage, just a
whatever
as
He's
they
because
would
talking about
call it, like
common
women would
law
call it
marriage.
spiritual marriage. It's like,
because the traditional shit is not working for niggas. It's just not.
You know, with all that, you can still
Yo,
get a power. You know, she don't have to
hey,
be a wife. You could just do a power of attorney.
yeah.
Yeah, Charles trying to
yo,
get in, I think.
Right.
no, it's me.
Shout out to
Now that's
Shaka
name of
Nulu
First
in
of
the chat.
all,
You're wilding.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you can do that. I mean, it's a group.
yo,
That's what a
for
marriage is a
real.
business, right? So this is a business
So,
contract. So it's like,
yeah. Yo, for real, Mel, Ryan, Marcus, the way y'all chopping up and shit, I'm looking forward to y'all dropping a mixtape one of these days because I know every New Yorker's got a mixtape in their pocket somewhere.
Oh, God. You ain't shit anymore.
Shit,
yo,
I
we
might as well
might
take
need
my
it,
ass to
man.
I might as
The
well
way
take my
our
ass to
mayor is in
Harlem
New
and
York,
shit.
man, I can stupid with these damn migrant workers and shit like that. Thinking things taken away from us. Shit.
Hey, hey, don't be on me like that because that'll make me a migrant if I move to New York. I probably have to go to Harlem
We
and
gonna
shit
make
like
you
that,
work
but
for it
nothing
then. We
against
gonna make
y'all.
you work.
Yeah.
I'm a work for I'm a
Already.
work for it.
Yo, Marcus, you 100% right when you talking about like they don't even factor in the dudes that are single that are in shape because I follow you on Instagram. You're a pretty in shape dude. I don't know if you follow me, but so am I. So you don't even factor that in.
Is
You're
this
not even
red
factoring
lion?
in dudes who are actually in shape.
Are you red red lion? Because I know
Nah,
there's a
I'm line 91 LA not line 917 on Instagram.
okay, yeah. Because
You know
I
what?
mean, I got a fitness, not my Instagram fitness Nazi. You know what I'm saying?
I
So
got
Y'all
yeah,
talking about
absolutely.
And
earlier.
oh, sorry, Ray, go ahead.
Earlier, y'all talked about negotiations. The way I see it, motherfuckers got to negotiate with them simps. And I mean, beat them out of existence.
Us
You know what I
dudes.
mean? Because, yeah, because that's the fight we have, negotiating with the women. Hell, there got to be some negotiation. So it got to be some negotiation with these dudes that want to walk around marching in heels and shit for domestic violence against women, but motherfuckers can't even march for domestic violence against men, black men.
One
You
thing
know, I
I,
ain't fucking with no simp period at all because the action speaks louder when they women coming to us
It's done,
and
man.
giving us the pussy.
It's done.
hey
Exactly. When
hey Charles, let me ask you, how do you feel about the irony of, and I hope my friend doesn't get mad at me when I say this, but how do you feel about the irony of calling the manosphere, the Black Manosphere, weak because it's been co-opted by female content creators? The irony of that statement being said on a female content creators channel.
a man sat down on a female content creation channel.
This is the stream that took place earlier.
I didn't hear that part, but I've
So
heard
yeah, my
that said
man,
before.
right?
Charles, you was talking about that earlier. What was that? Super Sly or what's the name? Stream?
Yeah, shout out to Super Sly. I don't know if it was Super Sly, one of the guys on the panel said that one of the reasons why the space is failing because of it's been co-opted by female content creators. But that statement, you brought that statement to a female content creators channel
Mm-hmm.
that your guest appearing on. Like that
Mhm.
shit
If
is
Sly said
crazy
that,
to me.
if Super Sly said that, man, I won't even take no advice from him. Period. Especially when I heard him admit it himself. His wife beat the shit out of him when she caught him cheating, or had some type of open relationship. She beat the shit out of him. So I'm
How,
gonna
how
Why is
do,
that
how do
not
how do we know
surprising?
this? Hey Toya,
Why is
what's
that
going
not
on?
surprising?
How do we know
exactly.
this? Because I don't want to co-sign no rumors. How is this for fact? How do we know this? I'm not
You got
denying this.
audio on that?
Huh?
Now I'm asking Mel. You got audio and proof on that?
Yeah. Like how do we know this
I think it was one of O'Shea's old shows. I don't know if he got copy of that anymore. I remember to watch O'Shea Hard. I remember him saying that, talking about all that. So yeah, so he talked about how he cheated on his wife, and he's like, "Yo, you can't have a relationship like mine, man. We're like,
he
your
said
wife,
this himself?
You mean some Lionel
yep,
Richie shit?
yep, exactly."
Hmm. Hmm.
Oh, I would
Lionel
have to hear
Richie,
that.
goddamn.
I would have to hear that.
Yeah, I
That's
need.
why
I
the
mean,
song called
I
Danny
need
on
to
the
hear
Street.
it.
you
He's
can
just
even
trying to
bring
keep
it
the
up
hell away
about
from that old lady.
have you ever asked him the question? Have you ever cheated on your wife and how she responded? He'll admit that shit too. 'Cause I think it's question too.
But I mean, at
Hey,
the end of the day, that conversation, I listened to that live, man. That was just going in circles because talking to men about bitching about men about choosing to be single, but not actually fixing the problem because you're coming to men like they're the problem. No, we're not. It's the laws that are the problem.
right. And that's my issue. It's like I said, the concept of marriage is not the issue. So Mel, I
Yeah.
agree with you there. My issue as me communicated to Dr. Thunder, shout out to Dr. Thunder, the laws and the
Yeah.
social norms in this country and in Western culture
Are anti-marriage.
allows for bad behavior of women. And this ain't a black woman thing, this is a woman thing. Western women are allowed to abuse the powers given to them in this Western culture that we live in. You leave here and the shit changes, the rules change. I've left here, I've been I'm just getting back to the States from the Eastern hemisphere of the country. I went to Asia again, and none of these things that we're talking about exist to the level that we're dealing with them with. And
Yeah,
where
from the
I
examples
go,
of those countries is why, yeah, from the examples of those countries clearly shows that the laws here are the primary reason why they're able to
right.
be all crazy
Laws,
like they are. You know, I mean,
laws here.
Dubai is an example of that.
Right, because
Oh,
that's
no,
where
no,
they
no, no,
go
no,
get
no,
their
no, no,
wake
no,
up
no,
call.
no, no. Wait. You got it wrong. You got it wrong on that one. You got it wrong on that one.
On which one?
I can speak on about what he said about Dubai and stuff. So let me say something
Okay.
first of all, because as somebody who was born and raised in the Middle East, I can tell you, um, divorce over there is not what you think it is. Because the divorce rates are going up, but there's a lot of things that deter that they complain about that deter a lot of dudes from getting married. Help. I come from a traditional society in East Africa, and in parts of Africa, and in parts of like in the Middle East, and as most parts of Asia. One thing that deters what makes it difficult for a lot of dudes to get married is the dowry or a bride price that they have traditionally. Except if you're from India and you're a Hindu, because it's the other way around. Though. When you want to, and even if you want an arranged marriage, you have to get a bride price or a dowry. Like you have to, that the groom's family has to pay for the bride. And sometimes, in certain situations, because of the economy, the bride's family may be asking too much because they're hoping they can marry her off to someone higher, of a higher status and whatnot, right? But higher status folks usually want to marry people from their own class, not someone below, unless it's like something really exceptional. And
Yeah.
a
So
lot
yeah,
of
but
dudes,
no, go
and
ahead.
some
Continue.
people they will get into debts just to pay the bride price, and sometimes it could cost them their career, their livelihoods, and sometimes even their freedom. I mean, in Iran, you got guys who are serving jail time because they were unable to pay off the debt for the dowry. You got dudes who are so fucked up because who are so fucked up by the whole issue of dowry that they rather, especially Muslim cats, they rather marry a non-Muslim woman, preferably a Christian one, because that sidesteps the dowry shit. I mean, I'll give you another example. You go to certain countries like South Sudan or the western part of Ethiopia or into Kenya, Tanzania, Uganda, where the traditional folks there are nomadic pastoralists, right? And for dowry, you have to pay a certain number of cattle to acquire a woman and bride to acquire a woman as a bride for your family. And some families can't afford that. So what happens is some of the young dudes, they have to go cattle rustling, and they have to do that. Like they have to steal the cattle from a neighbor, from people from a neighboring tribe, and sometimes it could be a rival tribe. And in that situation, it's
So
not
now,
uncommon.
are you telling me all that, bro, to tell me that the laws in Dubai does not have the women in line
The
enough
laws
to where
have to lie. No,
yeah.
but the laws, just like the laws in the West, the laws in the Middle East, especially when it comes to marriage and certain issues, can be detrimental to a man. There are certain ways they can be detrimental to you, my dude,
Yeah,
in
there's
one way
certain
or
aspects
another.
we
Which
don't
way
know
is
about
detrimental?
on. Yeah, there's certain aspects we don't
Yeah,
know about over there that we think that just like you was describing, Nemo. Yeah, we glorify one part, but they might not.
yeah.
There's other aspects we don't talk about because that's what we probably focus on that side of it.
Yo,
Yeah, I
real
got something
quick,
to phone, bro.
shameless, not so shameless plug, right? This Wednesday, Charles, let's talk SBE2. Now, I don't know who remembers the first one.
That was crazy.
The first one was crazy. This Wednesday, shout out to Shaka, I see you. Shout out to Indigo, I see you. Toya, everybody in the chat that was part of that first one. And if you ain't following me, you don't want to miss Wednesday night. Okay. Let's talk SBE part 2. I posted on my community tab. I tagged a bunch of people. Open panel is going to be crazy. I'll be, for the most part, moderating, but I will be giving opinions. All your favorites will be there. BGSA, he come guns blazing. He ready for any smoke anybody want to bring him. So let's talk shame, blame, and explain. And I've invited AM1. I've invited Ty City. I've invited Ramil. I've invited everybody. Chaos.
Interesting.
Everybody's invited. Charles, you're invited. Everybody's invited. Let's talk SBE part 2 this Wednesday night. This Wednesday night, you don't want to miss it. It's going to be crazy. Okay, it's going to be a battle royale.
The last one was fire, and
Yeah.
I think we actually have to do more of that. When we're on panels, shameless plug on your channel, which I don't mind people doing.
Absolutely.
If I'm on your channel, I'll say that, hey, look for me at such and such time.
Absolutely.
And it's crazy that I finally got back home from doing the secondary. It's crazy that when you look at society, this is the reason why I tell people I don't have morality, I have a code. Morality changes the wind. And it's a strange concept for people who don't understand what I'm talking about. Reason before is that when you stand up on your square, a lot of those chicks couldn't stand up on their square on Sister George's and Concrete Rose's panel because they wanted to go for some feeling. Hold on for a second.
Candy Grandpa Mongo.
Yo,
Okay,
shout
man.
out, shout out a few more
On this
people.
shit too, man. Damn.
BGS said more. Charles Faulkner, Black Light Revelations. What's my man? Even Super Sly's invited. Dr. Thunder, Edward Anderson, AM1, Green Gorilla, Bernard Riley, The Hoodservative, Ty City. The
Mrs.
Breakdown.
Z, Black in Effect.
Both of the girls from the Breakdown. Come on, come on, man. Everybody's invited. You want to jump
Yeah,
in, jump out. You want to shoot at somebody, you want to get your smoke off, you know what I'm saying? Also, black men being brutally honest, everybody's invited to this, man. It's gonna be some shit said. So
I caught you. I didn't catch it live the last one, but I damn sure listened to the pre-recording. That shit got me through a whole road trip. That shit had me dying the entire
right.
thing.
I appreciate that. So yeah, man, it's gonna be crazy, man. So everybody that got an issue
That shit got me
with not just the space, but a person, a particular content creator, you got an opinion, whatever, man. In my space, people get their shit off, whether we agree or not, as long as it's respectful, it's orderly. And that's all I'm gonna be doing is trying to keep the order because when you got a panel full of motherfucking niggas, shit go crazy. So and I expect it to go crazy. I'm gonna I got my bell, I'm gonna be ringing my motherfucking bell. So yeah, man. Just don't miss that. I'm telling you, if you catch the replay, it ain't gonna be the same as seeing that live, man.
I'm back, folks. It's funny because one, yeah, we're gonna have to see that shit Wednesday, and then two, when you look at like the and I know it's harking back. Well, I could go back to it. It's in the fucking title. I always try to keep the argument out of emotionalism. And someone said this earlier, how we're not supposed to believe our lying ass eyes and our lying nigga lips. And we're not supposed to believe that shit. When I've said, when I've looked at marriage as what's the point? Because like I told you, I'm very esoteric in my information. It has to be practical. I remember my son and my godson asked me about religion. I said, there's no problem believing in Jesus or whatever God I want to believe in as long as it's practical. I'm not into the whole, do the cabbage patch, do the aisles and shit. No, it never, even when I was a kid going to church and going to Christian schools and Catholic schools, that emotionalism was never me. It never sang to my soul. Marriage nowadays is it's like a fashionable thing to do, if you know what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
It's almost a fashion. Like a lot of these chicks just want to be called a wife or say, oh, I remember when I was married. It's nothing that you call a duty. Like when you go to the military, it was a duty to God and country. It was something that you didn't want to go, but you had a duty to go. And that's what's removed from marriage. And when you look at it, this is the reason why structure does not work well with modern women. Because they're standards. And we know how many women hate a standard. That's why when we came up with a lot of the shit when Marcus and myself was on there, you talk these standards, but what standards do you hold to that marriage?
Right.
You talk this shit, but what benefits does this guy get? Don't tell me he lives longer, because he really doesn't. A man lives free, he's gonna live long. Because when you get the number one killer of men is usually stress related.
Right.
Eddie Griffin talked about that.
Whether strokes or heart attacks or high blood pressure is usually
Hmm.
stress related or induced. Take that away from men, they're pretty content. You got to remember, men have been getting more content of saying, you know what, fuck pussy, I'm going to work out, make my money, give me a nice little apartment or a house, get my PlayStation. When a man has a hobby, he is very content. Like mine is comic books or anime and the paraphernalia. Shout out to having the Sword of Omens, the hard cast metal on my wall. Shout out to having a 70-inch TV in my bedroom with a PlayStation 5. It's not because I don't get this shit to impress a woman. I get this shit because of the pure enjoyment of it. I have just as much, actually more fun playing the game, drinking liquor, smoking cigars, talking shit with them than chasing ass. Why? Because the pressure's off. And you remember, men had separate spaces where you didn't, and that's the reason why that Courtney Michelle bitch got on my fucking nerves. And I told her, you're not gonna fucking mommy me. You're not gonna. I'm the lion of the pride. You don't tell the lion of the pride what to do. He's the king. I would never marry a guy like Charles. And I've seen a lot of the comments there, and I got something to say to those bitches in the comments. I wouldn't piss on you if you were thirsty.
Or on fire.
I wouldn't defecate on you if you were hungry.
Oof.
I've dated women that would make a lot of you fucking jump off a cliff. I've been around so many beautiful women on mistake, on not even on purpose.
Hmm.
I've turned down more than most men get. Okay, let's just keep this a fucking pun intended 100. I have no problems getting women. None. You can ask my friends. Every time I talk about my ex, they said, which one? You had a million of them. Nigga, I got more drawers than Victoria could keep a secret.
Bars.
I'm like, the fucking audacity to try to say a real. Marcus and myself had a phone conversation earlier, and I said,
Right.
first and foremost, a nigga who looked like he never seen the inside of a gym can't tell me shit about women. Nigga, you had to get married because you had to settle.
Right.
And I'm not knocking marriage like a genuine love and appreciation for your significant other, like example, Snowman.
Right.
I don't have an issue with marriage if it's functional. See, his wife proved her value when she saved his life, gave him hope. I want you to think about how powerful that shit is. A man who had the level of the stage of cancer that Snowman had, and he was about to throw in all the towel. But you know what his wife said to him? We getting that second opinion. We don't get it. We're going to get a third opinion. We're going to go up to we got no opinions left. And God damn it, if I got to cut that motherfucker out myself, you're going to live.
Let's not forget something, Charles. It started with the blood clots in his lungs. She said it was his daughter found him. His wife was there to hold him, to comfort him, let him know it's going to be all right. It's going to be all right. While his daughter called 911, and it's during then that they found out he had cancer.
Mm-hmm.
And think about it. It was those goddamn blood clots that led to him finding out he had cancer, and this whole journey. And look at him now. It's been like what a few months now, and he's cancer free.
Think about that. Because of the faith, the hope. And remember what I always tell you, What are the three things women are supposed to protect? The honor, the glory, and the image of their men and children.
Mm-hmm.
And I really, every time I tried to hit on that note, do our women in totality protect that for us? The answer
No,
will be astounding no.
no, because they don't know how.
They
Not
can
anymore.
no, they actually contribute to the degradation of the image of black men. They contribute to it. They exacerbate it. Like,
In order to prop themselves up. Yeah.
yeah, and to get breadcrumbs from white supremacy.
They'd rather get the breadcrumbs from Mike Zaddy than the full course meal of a black man. They would starve the community. They would just burn it dry than to give that black. That's if you go. I forget which video it was, and BGS had it, and he was speaking about it, and it was a picture of a black man chained by the waist to a tree, and he has his outstretched arm towards a black woman in the side of a lake. She has a ball and chain on her fucking leg.
And she has
Her
to keep
other,
you both.
and she's stretching her arm, her left arm out to the man, and she has the key inside the water. I'm gonna say this, and I don't give a fuck who he gets mad about it. Black women have a bad habit of searching for Superman, and Clark Kent been around them the whole time. You could have gave black men, now one of you bitches in fucking HR, you could have got those men that you're interested in jobs that pay more than what you're working, and he would have been able to take care of you. But no, you're going to give it to your homegirl who's probably going to get you fired because y'all going to be gossiping and gallivanting too goddamn much around the job. Instead of giving it to that man that was willing and able to take care of you. And this is the dichotomy. This is the struggle that I personally face with black women. If who needs friends? Who needs enemies when I got friends like you?
Right.
You constantly say who hurt you. I want black men to be honest, ruggedly honest, and say it was you. I was like, a black woman broke my heart. You damn right you broke my heart. I literally was willing to lay my life on the line for you, and you can't even make me a goddamn sandwich. You can't. How many black men go home to their houses, to their wives, and their wives won't even get them a fucking peanut butter and jelly sandwich? Feed her and the kids. You got to go pick up something. How disrespectful is that? You think you want a nigga to take a deal like that? And it confuses me because I would have asked the broads on that channel. I love them, but guess what? Y'all acting like broads today. But fuck you, Courtney. Fuck you forever. Anyway.
Oh man. Hey yo, Charles.
You gotta understand. You gotta understand this. And I said the
shit, my
same
man
shit.
James, man. What's good?
What's
Sorry,
up,
Carl.
James? And you gotta say this. I'm gonna give James the floor right after I finish. You gotta understand this. And I said this shit to a married bitch ass Brian. How many of these broads in your chat you allow any of your sons to marry? He act like he didn't hear me. So I'm not loud.
The elephant in the
broads in
room.
this chat would you allow your sons to marry? I don't even know. Because you know they will put your son through immortal hell.
Exactly. Because that's my whole point about that broke down.
You know goddamn well your son would catch hell. It would be perplexual and internal. But yet, you want us to fucking pick a bad fucking number. And there was a wise man who said this. I can't go for that. No can do.
Well, like
I heard that earlier
Go
today.
ahead, James. You got the floor.
Yeah, yo, man. Salute to the fellas on the platform, man. Salute to everybody in the chat. Like, yo, I came in this space at a time, man, to be frank with y'all, man, pause. I came in a time, man, where I lost my father, you know what I'm saying? And at that time I was going through child support in the midst of losing my father. You know what I mean? Shorty was trying to take my kids and everything like that. I said that on Child's platform, and never once did I ever complain about a woman. You know what I mean? I have my little gripes or whatever, but I understand that these females, these older females, come into these spaces and bring everything into it. Without this space, Shorty wouldn't even found her husband. Like, keep it frank. Talk about the good times of this space. You know what I'm saying? People be on these platforms just to talk they ish like everybody else, man. And Sly, he a bitch ass nigga because to be frank with y'all, yo, he talked about a dead person. Sinful to P roasted his ass. You know what I'm saying? And then when he died, that's when he roasted him. He jumped his ass on the highway and talked their cash shit. But I see dudes in the Coliseum who went head to head with each other. You know what I'm saying? Even if they win or lose the argument, and if that person passed away, they wouldn't even talk about that person. You know what I'm saying? So that nigga's a bitch ass nigga because that nigga's a female because only females do that. Females talked about Kobe. Females talked about
Kevin Samuels.
KS. And both of their bodies wasn't even cold yet. You feel me? So I just wanted to keep it real like that.
They wish death on Jamie Foxx. Let's not forget about that when he was like going through his medical shit.
You know
Oh,
what?
you said about him too?
You know what? You know what, James? I'm so glad you said that.
I told y'all about Superstar.
I, yeah, I'm so glad you said that, James, because you remind me how we must have the most uncaring, cold. Toya, that's why we love you. Kareem, that's why we love you. Asada Muhammad, that's why we love you. You give
Crimson
us
Cure.
hope. Crimson Care, you give us hope. It's there's times I'm meditating in my room, reading, meditating. Sometimes I'm going through YouTube. Sometimes I'm in a dark room where I can meditate. You ever did that when you just openly be whatever emotion comes upon you? And there's times tears are running down, and I'm not really crying, but tears are running down. And that's the realization that we have been gifted the most cold-hearted bitches ever known. I'm going to tell
Trust
you
me.
what
You
frustrated
right.
me. When Kobe died, bitches didn't care how much money Kobe was pumping into the community.
They
How
didn't
many
care that his
teams
daughter was
he was
in the
he
fucking
was
helicopter.
taking care of his family.
Right.
He sponsored basketball teams his daughter didn't even play on. He had gyms established for young people.
A
But the
basketball academy.
yep, the only damn thing these bitches could do was shit upon him because he married a non-black woman.
Big
Vanessa Bryant
facts.
was Latina.
But they will never tell you that Brandy had first dibs. And we all know how successful Brandy and how much of a billionaire she is right now. Pun
Mm-hmm.
intended.
She's like
But
married and divorced and has a kid, doesn't she?
she was never even really married.
Oh, okay. She just had a kid. Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
the baby
She
mama.
faked
the
it.
baby
She
mama.
faked the marriage. She
Not to
faked the
mention,
marriage.
her younger brother was up in
Brother was the
up
one
in
got married
Kanye's
to
face about
divorce
I
now.
hit that first.
I
That
Let me
think
dude.
put it to you this
Ray
way.
J is divorced now. I think. Yeah.
Yeah, right.
The,
Right, yo. It's Ray
He's just
J.
munching
the
toxic.
most red pill thing you can say about the black community is this.
Mm-hmm.
There is no amount of good that you can ever do to be remembered by your women.
Right.
Yep. Oh, Ray J still
I'm
married.
going
Yeah.
to say it again. There is no amount of good that you can ever do to remember. I could literally go into an active shooter situation take here the threat, either be injured or killed. And the first thing they'll remember me is not how many kids he saved. Oh, I didn't like the way he talked about black women. See some rights.
Wow. Yep.
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 Do you know how many people Kevin put together in groups like the Mix?
Yep. Oh, hell yeah.
But yet, how many couples came together because of Steve Harvey?
Zero.
Zero. But that's my pushback about their whole.
I don't even know.
But that's what I.
Oh, hell no.
But that's what I'm saying. I'm like, so Kevin Samuels did the Mix. So all this push about marriage, why aren't you married motherfuckers cultivating a natural marriage environment? Why?
Because you know why? Because you know what?
You'd rather argue with single men about why marriage is so great instead of showing them why marriage is so great.
Because
do you know why?
They know there's no better. That's like, you ever seen your favorite World War II movie or Civil War movie?
Yeah.
And they and the commanding officer has to give the stern speech.
Yeah.
And those men are willing to walk into their deaths. In this thing we call marriage, you don't even get the pleasure of having a stern speech. You're supposed to walk down the aisle, not even style and profile, but to go down, lay down, or get down.
But
and see,
right. Go ahead.
And the fucked up part about it is, when you go to war, you're a war veteran. Basically, you're a hero of the country, or a heroine for the females. Not that shit that niggas shoot up, but you're supposed to be revered. There's nothing a black man can do in our society that can get him revered by his women. Nothing.
No country for black men. Only
We are the ultimate soldiers without a country. That's why I challenge every black man to watch Man of Steel and watch it through your eyes. Go and look at the movie through Clark's eyes, and you'll be like, God damn, they told the story of the black man in America.
But Charles, you are the man.
Clark
But Charles,
considered the world, and neither one of them like him. Go ahead.
I watched that movie enough times. I know exactly what you mean.
Leon, I think the answer to your question you was asking earlier, why don't these men show examples of what being a great marriage is? Because they're not in a great marriage.
I know.
So, no example. Remember the interview Jada did when they asked her how's your sex life, how you spice up your marriage with Will for so many years, and she couldn't even answer that question. She just got stuck like, let me think about that. She can't, because she never spiced up the marriage.
But that's what I'm saying. I'm like, all you're doing is making our point for us, because all you're doing is talking about how marriage is so great. You can't do this without marriage. You can't do that without marriage. But I'm like, but you are living in a culture and the laws that are anti-marriage. So what the fuck are you talking about getting married? Like, why would you talk about getting married when you have a culture and laws that do not support it?
Because if there wasn't a good marriage,
that makes no sense.
If there wasn't a good marriage, they would actually tell you. They wouldn't even be worried about the laws, because the law is in their house, how they run things. They can't, because they don't run things the way they want to run things.
No,
I know. That's why I call bullshit on that entire conversation.
A lot of these guys are bending over backwards to make their marriages work. Okay, in the conversation me and Charles were having earlier, a lot of these guys, again, let me first say this. I'm not talking about all married men. And secondly, men get married for different reasons. But when you got guys who jump on the internet and go at guys because of their opinions about marriage, right? Because I don't know any men in real life who talk like these guys on the internet about marriage. Yeah, I don't know any guys in real life who tell you need to get married. I don't know any of them.
Me neither.
Right? I know I'm surrounded by married men that tell me, like the guys that I grew up with that are married, they like, man,
Listen, man.
you did it right.
They
No,
hit
they
you
tell
with
me
the
I did it
listen,
right.
dog.
Bro, I've been telling a lie, and I've been telling these my boys, and one of them pops up in my streams every once in a while. My
Yeah.
boys know I've been on it like this since we were kids. I've been red pill forever.
Yeah,
Right.
I
And I've
got
been
friends of
telling them,
mine.
right. I've been telling them since we teenagers, yo, bro, this, that, and the other. And they thought I was crazy when we was kids.
Yeah.
Now they feel me.
I was going
Now
back
they
and
feel
forth,
me.
like, yeah, I've spent time going back and forth with a female about this marriage thing, and she wouldn't ask me, like, well, are any of your friends married? I'd be like, yes. Like, most of the friends I have, they're married and in the relationships, and they like, listen, man, dude, I don't know, dude. Like, he's like, they're just like snowmen. They like, listen, I like the only reason I'm still here because I got incredibly lucky. They say the exact same shit. He was like, listen, unless you can actually get somebody that actually does her fucking job and knows what she's doing off the rip, don't do it.
Look, yeah, because the men I hang around, I'm talking about the men I hang around. I don't hang around every married man because I look at each relationship differently. I don't want to marry everybody married. The men I hang around that I want to make my marriages, they don't even talk about, and they're married too on themselves. They talk about, technically, the game starts off with you as the man. If you don't have mastery of yourself first at all, period, it doesn't matter if you're married or not married. Any relationship you have with a woman, how you deal with women, you're going to fail when you don't have mastery of yourself. And that's the game that, a lot of these guys that I hang around with will give you and stuff.
Listen, a lot of these
that y'all talk about, they don't have mastery themselves, so they can't give game like that. They always talk about the type of marriage that we grew up watching, as the husband always follows the woman and acting like a buffoon and all that shit. Yeah, we grew up watching that so much. That's how they remember. That's how we always be taught around. But when we see a marriage differently, that way we actually want to see it, it's so amazing and stuff. Those are men I hang around trying to mimic and stuff like that.
Yeah, but that's what I keep asking. Y'all should have been asking that question, like, where are all these marriage material women since y'all caping so hard for marriage?
We tried to, but they kept interrupting us.
Right, you can't. But no, but see, even look,
they can't give you
the response. Look, the response is always the same. Anytime you ask that question, the advice they give you is, stop dating ratchets, right? Or where you finding your women at, or whatever the case is, like this type of nonsense, right?
That's the culture.
Here's the problem with those dudes with that advice that they gave you. Like I said, they don't have mastery themselves, because it doesn't even matter what style she is. It starts off with you as the man, and she will gravitate towards you no matter what style she is. At the end of the day, she's going to gravitate towards you. Let's say, for example, Cardi B follows her man Offset. And as much as we disagree with her style and everything, she still submissive towards her husband.
This is fact.
Because you know why though? Do you know why? Because of Carly B is what, Puerto Rican or something like that?
Puerto Rican or Dominican.
Right. But hold on though. Did we see when she was about to leave her husband, whatever, in that system, she still got a grandmother, she still got a mom, she still got aunties who set her ass down and was like, yo, you was not about to make us look bad. Trust me, I was with I was with the mother of my kids for 18 years, and she's Puerto Rican. So I know how that whole system go. Like, yo, you're not about to leave that dude, but it is what it is when it comes to certain situations. You know what I'm saying? And not every family runs like that. You know what I mean?
My man Indigo Flow in the building too. But you got to understand this. There's a reason why I looked up to men like Al Bundy.
Break that down.
You could keep. You know what? I was not a fan of the Cosby Show like that. I just wasn't. It didn't sing to my soul.
They need to bring back Married with Children.
Wow, yo, I never heard. Yo, you the first person I heard that from, though.
Are you sure about that, Charles?
They need to bring it back.
My man said I wasn't a fan of the Cosby.
Let me explain. Let me explain. Right? Let me explain.
I know where you're going with it. Go ahead.
Yeah. Al was prophetic. The character of Al was the everyday man.
Yeah.
See, he didn't have to be the high value man. Al didn't stay married because he loved his wife. Al stayed married because he had a duty to his marriage.
Right.
Yep.
Al did things for his family, which he knew his family was never going to appreciate because Al had a fucking duty.
Yep.
Al just told the truth. Fuck it. I don't care what you feel. Fuck your feelings. This is how it is. That shit with no ma'am. Think about how prophetic that was. What it came out in what 88?
Yeah,
No,
88.
man.
Wow, 88.
Marriage
Yeah.
Before came out in the early
Right.
70s.
No,
Early
Married with
80s.
Children came out like Married with Children came out like about
89,
88, late 90s.
89.
Yeah.
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 No,
That
it
was
came out
high.
in
Late 80s,
88.
early 90s.
It did.
I'm a
But
little
Al was
kid.
100% right. Al gave the 100% truth. Don't try to understand women. Women understand women, and they hate each other.
Right.
Exactly.
And this is
And-
yo, another point I want to make.
It came out 87.
Hold on,
It
go
came
ahead.
out in
Go ahead.
it came out in 1987.
Look,
Yeah.
check this
Go
out.
ahead.
I don't want to miss this, right? There was another point being made in this podcast that we were on the stream that we were on earlier. The argument that women give each other grace. Okay. Bullshit.
No, they
Right?
don't.
Shit.
Bullshit.
That's
Bullshit.
absolute
Bullshit. Right?
No, they do
The
not.
men don't give each other grace, but women give each other grace. So let me tell you when this happens, folks. Women only give each other grace in the presence of an argument being made by a man.
Yep.
That's it. That's
it.
it. That's where
That's
it
it.
begins. That's where it ends. Okay. I would say men don't give each other grace all the time, but they give each other more grace. You can go to your man and communicate your problems. You can have a agree to disagree more so, or dudes are more likely to admit when they're wrong than women will. My bad, dog. You know what? No problem. Oh man, I fucked up. Whatever. That you are more likely to hear that than a female voice saying, "I'm sorry, my bad. It was my fault. I shouldn't have did that." You right. That's the absolute truth. Women hate each other. They hate each other. They don't fuck with each other. They fucking hate each other. If you take a man out of the context of the discussion or even a relationship, because two lesbians will murder each other.
And
Oh,
guess what? And guess
Okay.
what the number one? And guess what the number one most violent domestic relationship is?
Is
Lesbians.
girls on
Also,
women
you
on
know
women,
how
girl
high
on girl.
you know how high their divorce rate is?
Wow.
and how many of them are married too? Being that they push a man so much, but how many are
They're violent because they never had to deal with conflict like men. Like I could be on the street with anybody and I'll say hello to a guy, what's up? Why? Because there's a low key violence that's among men. See, a lot of women don't understand men. They never had to. Men have this thing about them like, I just want to know. There's one time in a man's life where he comes into a room, restaurant, bar, and he thinks to himself, can I take these motherfuckers out in a fair fight? And sometimes your brain is going to be like, I just got to know. Women have never had to be checked.
Right.
They never had. They have been unchained and uninhibited. So
And
when
this is the issue. Go ahead, continue.
You can't hit me. First and foremost, girls do not have any type of negotiating skills because they're spoiled brats. Most women do not mature past the age of fucking 18. Hell, 16
Yep.
for most. And the reason why I said when you get a person mad, the true them comes out. You'll see how much patience and how much grace they truly have. Women don't have any. Because when you get them mad, even though all her friends are gay guys, she'll call you a faggot in a minute.
Mm-hmm. Ain't that weird?
Big fact. That's weird. Excuse me.
That's just raw. If we're gonna go raw, we're gonna go Monday Night Raw. So why is it that when Shorty tried to come at me, she tried to take a knock on my masculinity, so I took a knock on her femininity. You can't say, "Oh, you're very feminine, Shorty. If you see me in real life, I would scare you." You would be thinking this motherfucker could snap my neck in two, or you might be attracted.
You talking about Courtney? Courtney trying to come at you?
She tried to be like, "Oh, you sound real fem." So shut your masculine ass up.
Oh hell, yeah.
You ain't mommy to me.
Courtney's failed ass.
I really gotta say, because I don't have nothing personal against Concrete Rose and Sister George, but guess what? I'm gonna tell you, y'all be on some major bullshit sometimes.
Yeah,
and y'all try to cover that shit up through the talk of no. Just like you think I forgot when y'all were like, "Well, I don't like seeing black men with white women." No, motherfuckers, you just don't like seeing black men happy.
Yeah.
Bars. Especially when you see.
What you really saying to black men is that black men shouldn't have a fucking choice. But yet, you tell us, why don't we get married? Exhibit A, the mirror.
Well, I have a question of all this stuff. But the thing I found the irony about all this talk about black men hating black women, when did men have any sort of reaction or bonfire or Twitter reaction when Serena Williams got married to her white dude, or Halle Berry, or any of these women went and married out?
No, we don't care, bro. We
have never cared. We
never cared.
That's a relationship.
I was happy
you talking about us?
Married. I was happy she got married because she was funny looking in the face.
Listen, look, there's no macro negative reaction. All other couplings interracially are allowed. Okay, understand that in this country, in this culture, you can marry whatever race you want. You can marry whatever gender you want. You can marry whatever the fuck you want, unless you're a black man.
Yeah.
And in that case, you only regulated to the black woman. I want people. And every time this comes up, I'm gonna say this. Anyone, right, pushing this idea as some sort of black nationalist, pro-black idea is bullshit. It's white supremacy. It's white supremacy. If you're saying that the only vagina that a black dick is allowed to go into, pardon me, the only vagina a black dick is allowed to go into is a black vagina, then you are white supremacists. I don't care what you look like. I don't care how light or dark you are. You are white supremacists. Nobody polices the white dick from going into the Asian woman, the Latina woman, the black woman, the whatever woman. White dick can go anywhere it wants. Black dick is sanctioned, policed, restricted, all that shit. Okay? I don't care who you are. Say it again.
In some cases, even castrated.
Right. So anybody that believes this idea, and Dr. Umar included, that black men are only to deal with black women, when interracial marriage in this country was spawned by the coupling of a black woman and a white man.
Shout out to Virginia. Shout out to Green Gorilla for the $10 holler. See,
right. You are a white supremacist by default because you want to restrict black male genetics, the genetic material of black men, into their respective gene pool. You're scared of genetic annihilation and the genetic dilution by black men of other races. That's what you're scared of. You are white supremacists.
But that's a
great.
Because
I'll agree.
You got to realize something. A lot of people treat fucking black dick like the Gaza Strip.
Fam, right?
I mean,
seen
a black man has no fucking rights, privileges, or freedoms that black women or any white men or anybody else has to adhere to. Let's just keep it real funky. I don't date interracially because I don't find a lot of the other women attractive.
Right.
But I'd be damned not to have the option on the table.
Right. I tell men, not too long ago, Charles, they did a video and I responded to the guy, truth as I know it. I posted a short of me at an event with a black chick. I don't know how many people seen this. So these motherfuckers.
I did.
Right. So, motherfuckers like, ooh, he's with a black girl. We caught him. And I'm like, caught me doing what? Fucking with the hoes that you said didn't want to fuck with niggas in the space? Is that what you caught me doing? Because either it's them, we talking about the bitches that don't want us, or we with the bitches that we're talking about. Which one is it? Right? Mm-hmm. I never expressed having a personal issue attaining pussy from black women or any other type of woman. What I tell men is, if black women are not into you, go elsewhere. That's what I say. That's my message. It doesn't necessarily apply to my life. It applies to the audience. If you're not black women's type, go where you're the type. Period. And don't let these bitches or these, super pro black aren't wearing motherfuckers tell you otherwise.
But it's not that hard. It's not that hard to be black.
Hey yo, keep it 100, yo. Might keep it real, bro. Please. This dude, whatever his name, Truth as I know it. This dude actually hit the link because I watched both screens. You posted the screen to show the link or whatever. On his live stream, he said, yo, I went to the link, I seen it, and I was so appalled, or whatever freaking word he used. So he actually watched the video, you know what I'm saying? Probably got that Vaseline and did what he had to do. Like, let's keep it funky in these spaces, bro. Like, fam, this dude went to details of what he seen.
Right.
Piece by piece. Like, that's some weirdo shit.
The funny thing is, old boy would be on my channel. These guys celebrated me for my first Let's Talk SBE stream because, BGS was there and BGS was challenged, and they love niggas who challenge BGS. Shout out to BGS, right? But all of a sudden now, after that stream that you held me in high esteem for, all of a sudden I'm a shame, blame, and explainer, right? So he calls me an SBE content creator after my Let's Talk SBE stream, had him singing my praises among others. So here I am with this female, and he chose to expose me for being in proximity to pussy. This is a strange world we live in, bro.
Have you ever noticed?
Hold on. So let me say one more thing, right? Right. So I put the link on the video. I said this girl OnlyFans link is described as is labeled as an OnlyFans link. This motherfucker clicks the link that says OnlyFans and surprise he saw porn. These niggas are retarded. These niggas are retarded. These niggas are retarded. You dumb fuck. The shit says OnlyFans.com in her fucking name, and you surprised you saw an ass? Yeah. Oh my god, ass. My I don't know what my dick is doing. I feel funny. I feel strange. You 40-year-old virginal ass nigga.
I think like
but these dudes go to ghetto gaggers. But these dudes go to ghetto gaggers, and probably some of them ghetto gagger dudes got channels, and don't say shit about them niggas.
Listen, man.
Oh my god! Don't tell me that he said my penis was stricken with rigor mortis.
Is as much as they say whatever they say about red pill guys, right? The dick policing is weird. You get on my video, and for those that saw it, in Jay, you said you saw it. This motherfucker paid me 11 compliments. Yo, I feel funny that a motherfucker said, "Hey, Marcus, you look great. You're looking good, Marcus. You're looking too good for her, right?" Hey, look, I take that compliment very well, but then you trying to roast me for being near pussy.
He said that though. He did say that.
You roasted me for being near pussy, and we're the guys who motherfuckers claim don't get no pussy. Bro, listen, everybody knows I'm on this motherfucker saying it and damn near every video. If you don't know it by now, look, I'm around porn bitches. I'm around hoes. I'm around escorts. I get money with these bitches. These bitches will not tell you that I've given them a dime to sniff any part of their fucking body. You can't expose me with the bitches, nigga. You
Big
can't
facts
do it.
because you had
But
I don't mean
Marcus,
to cut
Marcus,
this. I don't mean to
Shout
cut the
out to
spell
Big
though, but
Drama
hold
No,
on
you
Bear.
though,
good. You good.
Shout out to Big
because
Drama Bear.
Marcus
Put
do
them
got
holla holla.
females in this like yo, we all got family members, homegirls that be in our live chat.
Right.
There was actually a lady in Marcus live chat and verified like yo, he never paid for no sex or no nothing, yo. I just want to keep it real, yo. Little light skinned Joan that know what I'm saying? You're like,
Yeah,
yo, I
yeah.
was paying attention, Mark. You know what I'm
Listen,
saying? Keep
bro,
it
bro.
100.
Bro,
You
whether
feel
I'm
me? I
on
was paying attention.
whether I'm on a secular or regular film set, whether I'm on a porn set, whatever kind of set that I'm on, ain't no chick could come in and say that I was pressing them for no pussy or no shit like that. Let me, and I don't like to talk about this shit a lot because in these sort of spaces, for me to come on here and flex like like this or that, it's like I'm taunting niggas like I get pussy and y'all niggas don't or some shit like that. And that's not my style. But the minute somebody tries to like put me in the incel box, nigga, no. Nigga, no, you can't do it. It's impossible. I will flood this. It's so easy for me to flood this space with porn bitches, but I know that shit'll turn niggas off. That's why I got a Patreon. I could bring all the fucking names here. It's nothing. It's nothing. All the bitches you heard of, it's nothing. And male talent, male porn stars will tell this audience that I fucked more porn bitches than some of them. And that's real. That is real spit.
Marcus.
I'm gonna just say this. I'm gonna say this real quick. I'll say this real quick. One, here's the keynote factor that a lot of these dummies don't put in. You have to get women to complain about them first.
I swear to God. I swear to God.
I complain about behavior, not getting pussy. Okay? I've been on threesomes by accident.
Man, who you telling?
I'm like, if I tell anytime I have cousin Tita on the cigar lounge and we're comparing stories and he's looking at me like a kindred spirit, that tells you about the real Charles Faulkner Jr. Matter of fact, I was getting a candygram call, and had to leave a little bit early and had my bags and my condoms packed. So you got to understand something. In order to be red pilled, you have to get the pink first.
Right.
Yeah, yo, but they messing with Pink. Hey, yo, Charles, on that point when you talking about Pink, right? They messing with Pink chicks, but talking about the chicks that they not getting. They're talking about Keisha, but Keisha is not rocking with them. Some of these dudes is married to white women. That's what I heard in these spaces. You know what I'm saying?
Like truth as I know it. Like truth as I know it.
He's one of those guys. Let me tell you something else. I never came into the space with the purpose of flexing that on other dudes. I'm not here to torment or taunt that I'm the guy and you ain't. I ain't the game coach. I'm not Lucario. Yo, y'all niggas ain't got no game. I'm none of that. I think all that shit is corny. You understand what I'm saying? I'm here to tell guys who are not me and are not dealing with my circumstances, yo, this is the reality of what you're dealing with, and take heed and proceed with caution. That's what I'm here to do. I'm not here to brag about this or that or any of this shit. I'm here to give dudes the motherfucking reality as it not just I see it, but as it is. And that's what I'm here for. I'm not here to, brag and flaunt shit in dudes' faces. But if dudes are gonna throw me in a box where I don't belong, that's when the fucking trinkets will come out. You understand what I'm saying? And I don't like to do that because then some of the other guys, and shout out to Edward Anderson because he pointed this out in one of his streams. That's when a little hate comes in the game. And I don't want to be hated by the same dudes I'm trying to help.
Yeah.
You understand what I'm
And
saying?
But
yeah,
Marcus, you had remember you had a for years now. I mean decades. You had a magazine line of women. So I don't know why this is such an issue. You show what you did in the past. So I'm not sure why this is such an issue.
Yeah, but I mean
it's
that's part of it. That's just part of the
it's
shit,
an
bro.
issue because you got a lot of jealousy in the black community, and it starts with the men. Because one, you got to think about it. You're a very powerful man if you never needed female validation. If you're
Right.
okay of the skin that you're in without any females being around. And it's funny because I'm listening to dudes drag on being married, and I'm like, yo, I had to tell one dude one time the only reason you married her is because I wasn't around.
Oh
So,
wow. Oh,
and yeah, I've actually told a dude that. I said, first and foremost, let's break this down real quick. A lot of niggas never had women lust after them.
Nope.
Did that
Right.
chick, did that chick want to fuck you on the table you're eating? Did that chick make the eyes twirl her fucking hair with her finger, bite her bottom lip, and let you know we can go here right now? I don't care. A lot of niggas never had that feeling,
Bro.
and that's a very powerful feeling.
Yes, it is.
Are you talking about the I don't normally do this genuine desire? Yeah, not no marriage.
Bro,
Oh, he fought the spirit.
done some debaucherous shit in my life, bro. Debaucherous motherfucking shit.
I've told a lot of dudes.
Marcus.
Yeah.
Done some
Marcus.
debaucherous shit, man.
Marcus,
that
let me
was
put it this way. Marcus, if I may, sorry, Charles.
No doubt.
To quote Tracy Morgan, nigga, you want some decadence and debauchery. Say with me,
Yo,
everybody.
Tracy.
Decadence and
Shouts out to
debauchery. Welcome to
Brooklyn,
the
man.
school. Welcome
Shouts
to the
out to
school, Tracy
Brooklyn.
Morgan.
Yo,
I mean,
bro.
nigga,
Right?
go ahead.
Go ahead.
Nah, what I was gonna say was like, but yeah, like I said, decadence and debauchery. I mean, nigga, you was just getting mad pussy, and nobody was getting mad. Niggas will get mad on you for that shit. Oh, you can't have that. No. I'll fuck them up for that. I mean, I'll put my gut out and just scare the shit out of that fool who be dissing your ass, giving you all the crazy compliments. You know that dude just acting a fool. How do we know he ain't been on the other side of the plate? Know what I'm saying?
Hey,
He
yo,
might be on
can
the
you do the
DL, but I
Bernie?
wouldn't be
Can you do the
surprised.
Bernie Mac? Can you do the Bernie Mac impression? Imagine if Bernie Mac was alive and he was seeing what Jada and Will Smith were going to. Do you know how funny that shit would have been? Son?
No, he would have been like, Will, come here for a minute, you bitch. Come on, my bitch. With the southpaw, because remember, Bernie was left-handed. It would have been. Now your ears about 3 times the size they used to be. In fact, I almost slapped your teeth right back in your gums like you was a damn newborn. Dumb son of a bitch.
Oh my lord!
I gotta tell you a story. I gotta tell y'all a story. I remember, was it Bernie Mac's first? Now everybody remembers when Bernie was on Def Comedy. I ain't scared of you, motherfucker. That was his second time on the show. The first time he was on the show, his opening joke was about talking about everybody bugging out because he's dark skinned and everything, right? And the joke was like, he said, "Yeah, I know what you're thinking. There's a black motherfucker came out on here. I know I'm black. But see, I'm ready to shock y'all. Imagine if I was dressing all black with blue contact lenses on, I'd have fucked y'all up. You know you're a black motherfucker when you put fingerprints on charcoal." With that being, but here's the thing. I told that to a bunch of white friends of mine, and some other white dudes I knew, and I flipped it because I looked at them and said, "Yeah, but on the flip side, I've yet to see a white motherfucker leave fingerprints on chalk. Not even an albino could pull that shit off." Something to think about. Some of them laughed about it because they got the joke. Others were like, eh.
I'm gonna just say this. I know Kev, black men being brutally honest, just opened up. Any final thoughts? Let's all go migrate to Cav and give him some views.
No doubt.
Oh, I just want to say
Oh,
y'all
I
ain't shit.
forgot.
God bless y'all
We
for it.
don't work together. We don't work together in the space. All we do is gather around in a circle jerk and complain about women.
Yeah,
Like
we
some
what
kind
would
of
they say? We trauma bonding.
Yeah, trauma
trauma
bonding.
bonding.
Yeah, we
I
trauma
guess he must be
bonding.
the Bukaki with the invisible chick. Get the fuck out of here with that
These
bullshit.
bitches won't fuck me.
Oh yeah. By the way, tell Tori L. I'm gonna say it once again. When your bulldog has a runny nose, it's not sick. It's just full.
All right.
Later, folks. I'll see you up there on Kev's channel on Black Man Being Brutally Honest.
No doubt.
And don't forget to tune in Wednesday. It's gonna be great shit by Marcus.
No
Marcus.
doubt. We in there. We in
Yeah,
there.
you know that respectful you, Charles, for calling that out for Kev.
Good night, you dirty ass, some of my bitches. Don't go to be of a kid right now. Move your ass, move your asses.
Remember, everybody, support great black male content. Support it like it's the only voice you have, because it is. Woo! Good times.
right.
Thank you all. We are out. You gotta like this intro, Marcus.
All right. Most deaf. All right.
Here we go.